Welcome in everyone for the next session of the Fifth Trumpet, and we meet again, my dear observer. Have you thought upon our last conversation? What was your answer? Have you decided what sight means to you? For today, let me share an excerpt from a text I read as a young man. The world is everything that is the case. The world is the totality of facts, not things. The world is determined by the facts, and by these being all the facts. For the totality of facts determines both what is the case, and also all that is not the case. The facts in logical space are the world. The world divides into facts. Anyone can either be the case or not be the case, and everything else remain the same. Those are the words of a man who in his youth saw an ideal world entirely made of logic. Not so unlike myself. So, in his endeavor, he wrote a text explaining his method. This man thought to explain the world in mathematical terms. This world we live in, is it something that can be formatted into specific formulas? Can one even attempt to explain such a concept? Language is a fickle thing, after all. We only have so many words to explain what we mean, both to others and ourselves. We label certain reactions to mean certain emotions. A plus B equals C. Is it easier that way? To contain the chaotic realities of the world into something so formulaic? Perhaps so. But in that case, all feelings must be little more than calculations, rote and predictable, as solvable as X, if one simply were equipped with the details to uncover the why. And yet feeling is so complex in reason and result. So we paint them all with broad strokes, accepting the subtle flaws in our formulas, rounding to the nearest whole number in our attempt to understand each other's reasons, fudging the details, getting further away from defined truth for ease of calculation. It is why we so often fail to predict the actions of others. We cannot understand emotions, and if we cannot even hope to explain emotions, how do we explain the world? How do we share this world with others? Can people truly communicate with others if they cannot hope to explain what they feel to their friends, their loved ones, themselves? Even so, people have always sought connections with others. What is it they hope to achieve? Perhaps we simply pray that the sum of our words can reach others. Perhaps that is all you can do. That is the limit of your existence. In that case, if that is the case, then please tell me, what is the world to you? Your interference on Wednesday prevented Pascal's code from remaining jumbled. Once Pascal is turned back on, the drone will not lose its personality. However, one event will come to pass tonight. I bid you to remember this well, for it will only be spoken once. Tears shall dry up, and a disaster befalling a fetter will render the L Corp remnants absent of aid in their darkest hour. Manager Miix of the information team is gone. The managers are left with no clues as to where she might have gone. All the three of them know for sure is that something horrible has happened back home at branch L53, according to their limited conversation with their AI assistant. There's no choice but to head home, down a department head, and without their tech expert, who has sabotaged their equipment and stolen their healing ampules. And so, managers, you all have been racing back to the facility with Merru at the wheel. I imagine not really taking much rest. You've made it back to District 12. The entrance to the facility is before you. How are you all feeling? And what would you all like to do?
Oh, man. All right, we're jumping right in. Prior is already in Queenie's gear. He has been, he's barely taken off the ego since they've started driving. And certainly not since they've reached L Corp. Prior is driven by determination right now. He grips the staff tightly, and he has been drawing up battle plans since they arrived. We don't know who's breached. We don't know what's going on in there. We don't know what kind of chaos is happening. But we know one thing for certain. There were no casualties as of a few days ago, and if the incident is still ongoing, that might have changed. So no matter what happens, we're gonna have to act fast, and we're gonna have to act decisively. Is everyone geared up?
Merru is definitely geared up. He suddenly feels very, very lucky that he was able to get the upgrade that he got not so long ago. And there's a determination in his eye, and maybe definitely a little bit of fear, but mostly determination.
From the days of relative sleep deprivation and panic that drove them here, I do think there is a bit of an adrenaline rush high, as Kai prepares himself for whatever lays ahead of them. It was already a difficult enough decision to come here, but instead of chasing after whatever Miix is right now, it'd be better if less people died. So
Absolutely.
All right, let's go. No more time to waste. Prior's grip on the door is white-knuckled as he opens the side of the RV door and leaps out and heads towards the front door of the facility.
You can do so. Now I will ask, are you going to contact Ange? Or are you going to enter through the emergency entrance that you all have access to?
Yeah. Okay, I have thought about this between the time, or Prior has been thinking of this on the way back. If Ange is busy, or God forbid something has happened, I think wasting the time to wait for her to access us is going to be difficult. So Prior's going to, may I make a craft roll to engage the manual override and force the elevator shaft door open so we can climb down to the facility.
Absolutely, Prior. You may make me a understanding craft roll. It is a challenge 5.
Okay. May I get a bonus because Pryor was the one who made the manual override?
Yes, you get a +2 bonus as you were the one who made this and put it in place.
Okay. Craft, understanding, +2 die. I am going to say, I'm gonna push. I'm gonna push early. I want this roll to succeed. I don't want to risk wasting time. 5 successes.
5 successes, that is enough. You are able to get the manual hatch open. If you'd like to describe what it looks like when you do, as you were the one who made this.
Yep, Pryor runs towards the ruined building, pushes one of the seemingly innocuous destroyed bricks in. There's a click, and reaching down under a layer of sand, he hefts up this, what looks to be a broken piece of sheet metal, and reveals a series of sparking wires underneath. Without fear, he reaches beneath them. He seems to fish around in the darkness for something for a minute, and then with a monumental amount of effort, you hear gears grinding as he pulls on a huge switch. And then you hear the very mechanical ringing of him inputting a 4-digit code somewhere beneath the panel. And a second later, there is the heavy shaking, as if the building is vibrating it, as if it is not using its standard power. It is pulling on emergency generators that have not been used since the 5th Trumpet at the facility so long ago, as rather than the grand doors smoothly opening as they often do, with creaking, agonizing slowness of metal being pulled apart, the doors open just wide enough that someone could squeeze their way through. There is no elevator behind it, just an empty shaft, as the manual override doesn't call the elevator. But there is a service ladder down into the abyss. And Pryor says, "Let's move! Come on!"
Do you all start to clamber down?
Yeah, no, for sure.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. Whichever order is preferred.
What order do you all go in, actually? This is important.
Okay.
See, okay. Normally I'd say Kai first, but if Merru needs to shoot, having him behind everyone else probably isn't a good idea.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I also have the best eye, so if we're climbing down and I could spot something first.
Merru, Kai, Pryor?
Yeah.
Yeah, at least
Merru,
Kai
Kai,
can body
Pryor.
block for Pryor.
Wonderful. That's a good thing. That's a very good thing. And the other thing I should say?
There are a lot of elves in our facility. I am not sure what's breached, but Pryor grips the rail as he prepares to descend.
Wonderful. As you're all descending, the light does reach you, and you can all gain an additional sin point, except for you, Lord Leonis. The rest of you, however,
Don't talk to her. She's not here right now.
Yep. The rest of you, however, can all gain an additional sin point. And as you all descend in order, I believe it was Merru, Kai, Pryor, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
You all clamber down. And when you do, the alarm begins to blast, and the lights turn red. As the hatch, I believe, Pryor, leads into the control room, correct?
Yep. Same place that the elevator shaft would lead. We basically drop in through the top of the elevator and into the facility.
You all have breached the facility's defenses. And Merru, you are the first to pop out, right?
Yes.
Lovely. The moment you pop your head out, Justicia comes swinging at your face and stops short as Kit realizes who it is. And Kai, Prior, you two are able to follow. As Merru, you can react to that.
Yeah, I think Merru, can I quickly make a roll to see if Merru was able to, like, at least, like...
Wait, shit, is Kid in panic? No, wait, Kid stopped. Okay, no, never mind, we're
Kid
good.
did stop.
Sorry,
Kid
continue.
did stop. But no, please, Merru, you
wouldn't
can
have
make a
stopped if it was
roll. You want to
prior.
make a roll to see if you got hit at all, or...
No, not get hit, but more like, was Merru, like, frozen in that moment, or did he have the reflex to, like, if it were to have not stopped, if he would have been able to hop backwards?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, you can make me a challenge 10 reflex athletics roll.
Listen, it's fine.
Maybe.
I'm gonna do strategic. Take a hit to my willpower. You said reflex athletics?
Yep, reflex athletics. Eight successes.
I could.
Would you like
shouldn't
to?
do it. No, I actually should be doing this. No, I should be doing this.
9 successes. Merru.
Good.
That's pretty damn good.
That's pretty damn good, unfortunately. Had Tit not stopped themselves short, your head would have come off in that strike.
Oh
That's
my
great.
god.
That's great. And Merru knows this. And you can see his horns start flashing rapidly as his eye widens, and he just goes, Kit.
Manager Merru. What? Everything, I was working the control team as normal, and then suddenly the alarms went off. And Kit looks to where you all entered from and narrows their eyes at you, Prior.
Yeah, Prior drops down and goes, I know, we heard the alert a couple days ago. What's the damage? How many are dead?
What are you talking about?
Ange! The breach, the second trumpet?
Kit looks around and says, the second trumpet is playing because somebody has breached into the facility.
What?
What do you mean a couple days ago?
How have things been here? For you?
They've
What?
been fine?
Ange! Where's Ange? Ange!
And there is a sudden flicker on the screen as Ange appears and goes, Managers? What is going on? You all are supposed to notify me when you return to the facility. And at
We did! We called you days ago!
The
Oh,
alarm...
fuck you, Cinna! Fuck you, Miix! I just got it! I fucking got it! I just figured it out! Prior sits there for a minute, he goes, Manual!
Ange's eyes widen, and you can see this hatred in the yellow as she says, Manual! And you all hear a familiar voice speak up. Hello, department heads. Welcome back to the branch.
Manual, did you call us 2 days ago? Or rather, did we call you 2 days ago?
Yes, managers. You all contacted me 2 days ago.
Were you pretending to be Ange, Manual?
Yes, managers.
Because Miix told you, right, Manual?
Department head Miix instructed me to behave as the AI assistant does.
That's why you gave us the option to investigate the call.
You all decided to believe it was Ange.
Well, I mean, why would she...
Prior goes, and of course, you did that because Miix has override permissions. Doesn't she, Manual?
Yes, Department Head. Department Head Miix can instruct me to do as she would like.
Sorry. When that's said, I think Merru, he furrows his brow and turns to Prior and goes, "When the fuck did she get that?"
Prior. Prior looks towards Kai, and just kind of blinks a few times.
Well, I didn't piece it together like Prior did, but that does make sense. She that was a little bit ago at a different facility when we were trying to override some elevators. Miix
after you slipped away, Merru.
Yeah.
Wait, and you let her do that?
It's
Manual was listening to her first. I don't know. They had a weird thing at the time.
Miix was the only one who could put the block on Manual to stop any one of us from unilaterally controlling Manual, and none of us know how to work tech. So we didn't think it was a problem. We just thought it was Miix being Miix.
Okay. Great.
Welcome back, Department Heads.
I mean,
Manual is standing there as if away, like you can all see her form flickering, and Ange next to her has shut her eyes even tighter and says, "Managers, are you telling me that you all mistook Manual for me?" And Manual happily pipes up and simply says, "I did a very convincing job as instructed by Department Head Miix."
We didn't speak to her for very long, Ange. It was about a 1-minute conversation interrupted by the sound of the second trumpet going off and the announcement that several breaches were happening simultaneously. We thought the facility was in danger, so we... Oh, you don't know anything. Not, you know a lot of things, Ange. I mean,
Ange has kept cool. Somehow she is shutting her eyes tighter, and her entire form is flickering. And Manual says, "It was quite easy to replicate the flickerings that you do. The other AI assistant is quite faulty in that regard. Watch." And Manual begins flickering like Ange's, copying Ange's movements.
Listen, whether we were convinced by Manual or not, the fact is, if you can't tell, we kind of have a big problem on our hands. Which is why our brains were a little preoccupied when we called. So give us a little bit of slack here.
Democratic majority, all in favor of temporarily deactivating Manual until we can resolve this issue, say aye.
I
Manual,
no hard feelings, but
could you please deactivate yourself until we reactivate your systems?
Understood, Department Heads. The Democratic vote has overridden. Manual will be shutting down. And there is the sound of just kind of like a machine being turned off as you all watch her instantly shut down. At this point, the department head has, or the control department has also gone back to its usual colors. The lights are no longer flashing red. And you all see Ange. She's clearly not pleased. There is a frown on her face. And she just says, "Well, managers, I am going to instruct Team Captain Kit to prevent a bunch of agents from rushing in here expecting a siege." And Kit turns and goes off, probably to stop because you can all hear footsteps running towards all of you. And You are all left with Ange, who looks increasingly frustrated as she just says, I confess, I am still... The fact that you all mistook that inferior machine for me is... And for once, she's at a loss for words. It's clear that this is getting to her.
Listen,
A lot had happened.
I'm sure that if I was able to get closer to the screen, I would have been able to figure out it was you, Ange. I am sorry that I was not closer to the screen to be able to figure that out for them. It won't happen again.
Prior's looking at Merru like Merru. Prior goes, really, Merru, you drove us all the way back here, but it's now that you throw me under the RV.
You're welcome for driving, by the way.
Thank you.
Listen,
Well-
I am sorry I didn't notice, but Miix gave Manuel some really good acting directions, and we were not in our right minds. Miix has betrayed L Corp.
Yes, please catch me up to speed with what is happening with Manager Miix.
She's gone.
Gone.
Packed all of our equipment and left.
I see.
We're lucky that she left the ego. She took our ampules. And told us to, I forget exactly what she said, something like, to just move on.
Oh, well, the ampules may prove a problem then, because while there was no breaches, there was an accident back at the facility. The K Corp researcher that Manager Miix brought back may have had an accident while doing some experimentations with the ampules. You'll need to talk to them, but I cannot confirm how many ampules you will have with you for being on the road.
I know that she just hacked like everything else. I mean, you don't think this is just an accident that happened, unrelated, right?
Could be, couldn't be. We don't know how deep this goes or what we're dealing with.
If she sent any signals to Yuna, I should have intercepted them. However, I would operate under the hypothesis that this was an accident. I would not rule out foul play, however. And you can tell it's getting to Ange. Not just the being mistaken for Manuel, but that Miix was able to slip that under her.
Look, there's... a lot has happened. We don't fully understand what's going on, but Miix has been... There's a lot of weird things happening. The Leonis family seems... She's taken her place as the heir of the Leonis family. Some big shot Nestborn, Mr. S or whatever, wormed his way into her ear, filled her head with some ideas, somehow, some way, and she just left. And we have to find her.
I see.
I mean, I I'm not convinced. I don't want to say she feels like she had a reason to do what she did. But if Miix wanted to betray us, I feel she had more opportune times than this. I just have the feeling something's wrong.
As do I, Manager. I cannot prevent any of you from leaving at any time. At least once you're out of the walls of the facility. And it's clear that Ange seems increasingly bothered by what has happened, as she says, not only does Manager Miix carry incredibly sensitive information regarding the branch, but and her entire form flickers as she says, it wouldn't do for the branch to be down a manager, is all.
Like it or not, we only got this far because we were all working together. We're a well-oiled machine. At the very least, I'm not going to let Miix get away with this without looking me in the eyes and telling me that she's done. Not hiding behind a bunch of butlers with a scheming, slimy nestborn right beside her. One way or the other, we have to go after her. Yeah, Prior nods towards Ange and turns back to Merru and Kai and goes, we lost a couple days coming back to the facility, but I guess it gives us a chance to get rearmed.
I guess so.
The trail will have cooled down on where exactly we can find her. But
If
we at least, please no. Yeah, Prior's completely lost of where to start.
Not that I necessarily have an idea of where to find her, but if all that talk about saving the city that she was on about says anything, it's probably that her location won't be a secret for very long, or that her influence on nearby stuff won't be. I doubt it'll be subtle. I could be wrong, I guess.
I agree. Still.
Do we have a place to begin? At that point, it may be too late, however, from what you all have recounted to me. I can attempt to trace Manager Miix's location. However, it would appear from what you all have brought back and what you all have told me that she does not have anything on her that I could trace down.
Correct. And even then, I wouldn't want you pushing your sensors out that far. Who knows what would see you poking around.
Precisely.
I mean,
We could go back to the manor.
oh, that's what I was gonna say. Yeah, I was gonna say the only place we have is the last place we saw her.
Agreed.
Maybe without all those. I mean, hoping there's not so many butlers around. Maybe there's something we can find there.
I'm not as concerned about the butlers now that we have our ego, but
Well, that's true. Just depends on how many there are.
well, what? You're afraid you're gonna run out of bullets? And Prior smiles, but there's something hurt behind his eyes at all of this. It's Prior's smiling, quote unquote, through it, but there's This betrayal seems to have shaken something inside of him, and he seems hungry to get some vengeance for it.
Merru stares back at Prior, and at that question, he almost wants to say yes, because, like, technically, but instead he just raises an eyebrow and says, even with ego, we're not invincible. So
Prior's face falls and he mutters and doesn't disagree. Fine. In that case, let's go talk to Yuna, get whatever supplies we can, get ready to head out.
Yes, I do believe heading back to the manor to investigate does sound like the best call. And Ange closes her eyes for a moment as she just sort of lowers her head a bit. It's clear that she's thinking as she simply says, "Did you retrieve that drone?"
We have Askel back, yes. We left him in the RV. We can bring him inside. Maybe have you and Yuna take a look. Make sure that there's nothing buried inside of his code.
I doubt the L Corp researcher will cooperate with me, but I am sure that the two of us can separately take looks at the drone to ensure there is nothing buried in there. The only other resource that I could consider would be possibly the abnormalities. Did Manager Miix take her ego with her, or did she leave it behind?
She took it.
You all remember she left her own ego behind in the RV.
She did? Oh, I thought she left ours. Sorry.
No, you're good.
Yeah, Prior shakes his head and goes, left the ego behind. Guess wherever she was going, she didn't think she needed it.
Understood. We should store that ego for safekeeping. While there are abnormalities in the branch that I am sure you could all attempt to converse with, I would recommend against, if you are short on time,
if I had 100 years, I might be able to pull something out of that old hag that she used to talk to, but no, I don't think anyone here knows anything. Not bring any of the tools out of the facility. Let's just... yeah. Let's bring in the gear and just go see Yuna, I suppose. I don't think that... Prior rubs his brow with both of his fingers and goes,
yes, Manager.
sorry.
Prior?
It's just this whole situation. It feels like we're already on the back foot and we haven't even begun. Miix outplayed us at every turn. We're gonna have to move slowly, carefully. But Miix has always been the one to... It's nothing. We've handled it before and we'll handle it again. Let's just get what we need. I'll go get the drone and the ego.
Ange nods her head and says, if you require my assistance, managers, simply call upon me. That inferior machine has been shut down, and I will ensure it remains that way.
Good.
Are you sure that you can run the facility without her taking some of the load off you?
I am quite capable of running the branch on my own without its assistance.
Prior holds up his hands and goes, understood.
And Ange will flicker off the screen.
I think she's mad at me.
Sometimes it's better to just say okay and nod your head and go, yeah, you're right. I know this because you have to do the same thing with me.
I don't know how you haven't figured this lesson out, with all the time you've had.
Yeah.
Always worked with Mary.
Okay, you're right. Prior nods his head.
And managers, there is a knock on the door of the control team. Do you all open it?
Yeah.
Don't see why not.
You see Yuna poking their head in as they say, hey, Kit told me you all were back without Miix? Boss, I mean.
Hey, things went a little sideways, Yuna.
Merru, I know Merru was told, act as if it was an accident. Merru was still narrowing his eyes at Yuna.
Yuna kinda seems to shrink under your glare, Merru, not really being able to meet your eyes as they say, right, sorry, by the way, I was working on, some ampules, trying to also refine more of those decay ones, and, Kate kinda came into the room, and I tried to get them to leave, and they really, really wanted to share some new drama in that Fixer magazine. And, and you all can assume what happened from there between Kate and Yuna.
What's the damage?
Yuna sort of fidgets with the solitude gift glasses, as they say. I really only have one healing ampule for you each remaining. And given the nature of the healing ampules, I can't exactly, if we're going immediately, that's going to take time.
We're?
I mean, boss is gone. I assumed I'd be coming with you all, right?
Prior looks to Merru, who has been glaring at Yuna the whole time.
Merru will step closer to Yuna. And with a very serious expression goes, Yuna, let me just ask you one question, okay?
Yes, Merru.
And when I ask you this question, you're going to be honest with me, and you're not going to lie to me, because I hate liars. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Since we've been gone, has Miix contacted you?
No.
No?
I haven't heard it. Yuna shuts their mouth when you start to talk, Merru.
Oh, no, Merru just goes, not once.
No, not at all. I have no clue where boss is. I mean, if you want to read through all my messages, and Yuna kind of looks away, like blushing, like a little embarrassed, and says, you can, but I haven't heard anything since since you've all been gone.
And as Yuna gives his explanation, Merru is silently just listening, and then after a very long moment will take a step back and say, "Okay. That's fine. I don't need to read your messages."
Yuna looks very relieved at that and just says, I know how it probably all seems, especially because of whatever happened with Manuel and that AI assistant. That is most certainly not a sentient AI and just incredibly well programmed. Listen, I understand why you wouldn't trust me, and I also understand as well from what Kit said, but here, I'll show you all why you should bring me along. And you all watch as Yuna turns, and there's a screen in the control team, I believe, isn't there, Merru?
Yeah.
Wonderful. Yuna is going to upload their PowerPoint presentation and say, it's very, very rushed, because I had to rush to make it. However...
You made this in the time since we've come back?
I'm used to having to work under a lot of pressure. Anyway, here is why you should bring me to save Miix. You can't drive. You can't get past the border. You can't use the ampules, right? You can't use technology. And please. And there's a picture of me.
Why?
Why? For reference.
Yeah, in case we forgot who was being talked about.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yes. So you can't drive. I can't either. Very well. But I can stop Pascal from getting hacked and driving you all into the Great Lake. And that's the situation you'll find yourself in without me. And there's still me, but smaller.
That is an accurate statement. Yeah.
Yes.
The part about that being Yuna?
Hey, why am I there?
Yes. So this is the next part of the presentation. We have the concept. No, sorry, that's not how prior sounds. We have the concept of a plan. And that was prior.
I don't sound like that, right?
Keep going, Yuna.
Yes,
yeah, keep going.
That was prior to my face when asked if you all have a plan. So this is what will happen without me. You all have the concept of a plan. You need me. Also, you can't get past the border. I guess I get it. Moving districts is hard, but none of you know how to do it. Miix kept complaining about how much work she had to do to keep you all under the radar, and you all were coming back into District 12. Nobody cares if you're coming into District 12, and at this point, you all have scared the syndicates that were collecting tolls, like the Kurokuma clan. So, the point is, also, there's still me. The point is, though, it's gonna be different when you're trying to cross through actual districts. When you're trying to cross through actual nests, especially. You're going to need someone. And that's if Miix hasn't already hacked into things that prevented you all from traveling. And here's an old image of the real MVP here. It saved your life. Just remember that. You can't use the ampules, right? Like, admittedly, Kai's pretty good at it. Probably the only reason he's not as good as me is because despite all his medical experience, the nuances of K Corp Singularity are proprietary and more therapy-based than traditional injection medicines. But that's not important. When I'm with you, my knowledge of the advanced and new tech I've developed to improve the Singularity's design quite frankly should have earned me a spot on the board of directors. But I'm a terrorist now. Thanks, guys. Anyway, you should bring me.
Hey, I kind of forgot who we were talking about in this PowerPoint.
I wish there was a picture for reference.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Are we trying to bring along the tearful thing?
That'd be a bad idea.
We've done it before.
Well, I don't think we should do it again.
No, probably not.
Anyway, continue, Yuna. Who are we talking about?
Right. Yes. This is my data. Okay. Justice 1, certified by Kit. I will have you know, I have Fortitude 1 and Justice 1. Well, that's not important. I have higher prudence and temperance. But anyway, Justice 1 certified by Kit. Eye contact. 80% stronger connection to strangers. The source is the footage review. Lying. It increases subterfuge by 22 times. Because, full offense, all of you are very shitty liars. Self-assessment. Combat survivability leads to 300% higher aliveness from casualty reports. Therapeutic comfort boosts emotional stability by 65% according to company research. Personal survivability, I can last about 5 minutes. Footage review. And historical knowledge, 5+ extra known years of information based on peer review. Please ask for the mythology report. Team Captain Kit will have that.
I'll make sure to ask.
I'm glad.
Is that 5 minutes on average or 5 minutes over the course of, like, is that per combat or per mission?
Permission?
Okay, just double checking that. Pryor's taking out a notepad and he's making notes.
Okay. Anyway, you can't use technology. Did you all forget? Miix can hack everything. I'm the one person, other than Ange, that might be able to hold out against her, and for obvious reasons, you can't bring the definitely non-sentient AI assistant out of the facility. Guys, don't forget there's me, but really big.
I'm not seeing.
Oh,
there you are. There you are.
Yeah.
I suddenly remember who we're talking about.
Now I see.
Yes.
You
Seriously.
really like this picture of you.
It's the only picture I have left.
Picture. It's a decent picture.
No, it's not bad. No, your hair looks good.
Yeah, like it's good. It's good.
Yeah.
Keep going.
Thanks. Seriously, I'm being honest, 99%. Chance of getting screwed over by technology you can't use. And last but not least,
Yeah.
most important of all,
Okay.
please. There's another picture. That's a newer one.
So
I
you
like
did
this
have
last.
another picture.
I like this last transition that you did
Okay.
here.
Wow,
Thank
you
you.
said you're ready to fucking go.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh my god.
You're
Yeah.
really ready for this.
Wow.
Yes.
Did you spend the most time on this slide?
I would say so.
I may have. I was kind of rushing to finish it as fast as possible. Like I said, I'm good at working under crunch deadlines. Anyway, that's not the important part. The important part is any questions?
I have a question. Merru will raise his hand.
Yes.
Well, actually, two things. The first thing isn't a question. The first thing is just a statement. You lied in this presentation.
I did.
You did.
How'd I lie?
You said we can't drive. Yeah, I drove us home.
Well,
Curious.
He did. He actually did.
And
better
did Dorothy
than-
get hurt? No. Did we get hurt? No.
well, can
It
you
was a
drive
little
well?
scary.
It was a little scary. See? Kai said it was a little scary.
And what about it that keeps the adrenaline up?
I'm
just saying you should update your slides to say that you can't drive, and then in parentheses say, except Merru, I have to give it to you.
You know, you did mention that I can do ampules pretty well. I do
Yeah,
think you should give
Exactly.
it to Merru
This is just
about the
once
driving.
again singling me out.
Yeah,
Now,
So
to,
that's my
Pryor will put his hand up.
What?
yes.
To be fair, Yuna didn't know that you drove us back.
I know,
at the
which is
time of
why
making this
I'm
PowerPoint presentation.
saying
I think he's just saying to update it.
now you gotta update it, but Yuna was pushing back, which is why now I'm saying you're singling me out. That's what I'm saying. Number two, I do have a question. What was that word? Propriety? What does that mean?
Proprietary.
You're talking about on the previous slide, right?
Yeah, I think it was the slide where you were wrong.
I
Or was it the one after that? I don't remember.
It was the ampule slide.
Oh, my
but
bad.
No,
My bad. I was wrong.
Proprietary means belonging to only one group.
yes.
Thank you.
That's what it means. I'm not
That's all.
surprised you don't know what it means.
Okay, maybe I'll change my mind.
Wait, I didn't mean like that.
I think you're saying the wrong thing to the wrong person here.
You're asking for me to approve you to come here, and you're making fun of me.
I'm not making fun of you. I'm just being honest about Backstreet's education.
Well, I was educated in the Backstreets.
Sometimes, I just told this to Pryor, you look at, instead of speaking, you just nod your head and say, okay.
But
You two should take a class on that and get education.
Well, I'm just
not
looking at
talking.
the statistics.
I'm done. Next person.
Yuna shuts their mouth.
Pryor nods his head and goes, I'm gonna be honest, the second that you seemed committed to it, I was already gonna give you the approval, but the PowerPoint was very entertaining. I think we should probably bring Yuna, especially if we don't have as many ampules as normal. We're going to need to get the most juice out of every single one as possible, and Kai, you are exceptionally good at utilizing the ampules. Yuna has a unique talent for it. I would have probably died in the web more than I did if not for Yuna.
See? Thank you.
Are we still hand raising, or can we just ask questions? I can raise my hand if you'd like.
Sure, if you want to raise your hand, raise your hand.
Okay, Kai raises. I'm still raising my hand.
Oh, yes, Kai.
Hi. I also was down with taking you before this slideshow, I think.
Wait, so you mean I did not have to do all of that?
I mean, I think you should have.
I'm not saying it was a bad idea. It's just that we need the numbers, because we're down one, I think. And, you, have been out in the field when others here haven't. You are not the best fighter we have, but we also need the best fighters we have here. So, there's you.
Very true. I am well aware I'm not the best fighter, but I did survive being pummeled by a big brother twice.
Yes.
I did actually. That really is quite the survivability feat.
I mean, he was affected by decay. Well, my modified version of a decay ampule, but still.
Yeah. No, yeah.
I mean,
Once again, not the best, but you live.
I feel living is an accomplishment in that sort of circumstance.
5 minutes.
5 minutes.
I mean, it's... And Merru suddenly grows, like, very serious at the mention of that, and he's just like, it's not something we really want to repeat, though.
No,
Survival
absolutely
then
not.
doesn't mean whatever it is that we could face out there, that doesn't mean... So as long as, I guess, we make sure that we avoid that from happening ever again. If the others want to bring you along, then fine.
Thank you, Merru. I would also much rather avoid that ever happening again. And you can see Yuna's face has kind of fallen a little as they seem to shift uncomfortably, remembering that, and they just say, I am well aware what would have happened if you hadn't been there, and I also don't want to imagine what would have happened to you had I not been there.
Right. Well, if we're bringing you along, then we probably should, before we go, at least make sure that we know who's going to be watching over the info team.
All right.
You know, if both the department head and the team captain are leaving. I mean, I can contact Kit just to let them know to kind of help figure that out in the interim.
I was gonna say, what would be best? Because I have a feeling that, Kit would want to help. I also have a feeling Chris would want to help. And
We cannot let that man help.
I think we should let Chris help.
No, we should not let Chris help.
What is your problem with my team captain?
What is my problem with him?
He's a delightful individual.
He is a former member of the Index. I do not want that worming its way into the info team.
I'm sorry
Good.
that people are...
Good. End of conversation.
I like Chris. He's a good man.
Yeah, I know you like Chris. The rest of us don't.
Should we let Kate handle it? And Yuna looks very...
No.
I like Kate. I don't know about that.
Okay, considering
But I
Kate
like
caused the accident that happened, no.
Yeah, no.
Kate should not get a promotion, even temporary, after messing something up that big.
I just thought we were establishing who we liked. Pryor said he liked Chris.
Oh. No, I think we're talking about who should be in charge.
No, yeah.
Pryor was just saying that to say that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, no, I don't. Charge.
Well, I don't know who would be best then. I mean, given the team captain before me, from what I heard was, and all of you know who Yuna's talking about with Jessica.
We all know what happened to Jessica.
You all know what happened to Jessica.
I guess the facility early is running short of EX agents, huh?
We could maybe leave it to the agents here to decide.
I don't think
Not a
that's a
bad
good
idea.
idea. Oh.
Oh.
I mean,
They
I
work here.
Well, yeah, no, I just mean, like, if we just let everyone...
It's
all
a
of
it's
the agents-
democracy.
Yeah, I guess, but if... How do I word this? I just worry that if there's no order at all... Like, not saying we necessarily just decide one person's cards of the whole world, but I just worry that some people might try to take advantage, that's all.
I do feel that if we've shot down every option and the three of us can't put our heads together on this, that maybe we should...
I think a democracy is the best answer, given the fact that, no offense to you, Yuna, your placing in this position was a necessary thing without the consultation of the department, and I feel, given how much stress they've gone under, letting the department choose who should lead them would be a smart decision. All the agents and all the clerks each have a vote.
Well, they're voting.
Yeah, I think that would be the best decision. I'll send it out to the info team then and see who they want, and Yuna will take a moment to look and see what the information team agents want, and then we'll look down and say, well, it seems that 6 of the agents are wanting Kit, 2 are wanting Kate, and 3 are wanting Chris. So I guess Kit should be in charge.
Alright, just like I said.
Wait, shit, it didn't include the clerks?
Well, I don't think... I think it's a little too late for a recount. I mean, not saying that the clerks...
No, it's fine. It's whatever.
Yes,
Pryor
it's
crosses his
fine.
arms knowing that all the clerks came from the training department and it would have been an overwhelming landslide.
You know,
No, I think it's
I'm
fine.
glad we chose democracy. I'm glad. That was a great idea, Pryor. Thank you.
No, it's fine. It's cool.
It is. It's really cool.
Yeah, we'll just have Kit handle things in the information team. I'm sure that Chris and Kate will have their own input on things. But yeah. I think it's probably best to let Kit just handle things.
Yeah, if that's what they want, that's what they want. Democracy rules. It's fine. Chris has enough on his plate anyway. It's probably for the best.
Yeah. Right, you should all give me, Pascal, right? I need to get the drone back up and running.
Right. Pryor passes over his little containment bag where he's put Pascal.
And Yuna will take out Pascal, and I'm just gonna have Yuna make a little check here. This is going to be an understanding tech and then an understanding craft. And anyone can assist who has tech or who has craft. 6 successes. You know what? We'll spend some willpower on this one. 9 successes.
Oh, damn!
And then it's gonna be a craft. We'll also spend some sanity on this one. 4 successes. Yuna is able to look over the little drone, and... Oh! Shit, yeah! 8 success crit, Pryor. Yuna...
No.
10 success crit. Yeah. No, you see, Yuna has gotten Pascal to boot back up, and you're able to look over and ensure that nothing is damaged and there's nothing wrong with the little drone. These rolls were more to just ensure that everything was good with Pascal, but yeah, with that 10 success crit, you don't even have to do much prior. Pascal is perfectly fine, and it starts to whir back to life as it goes beep and starts whirring its little fans.
Glad to have you back, little buddy. You are so fucking lucky we need you. He whispers to the drone.
The drone beeps at you, Pryor. And then it does a little flip in front of you.
Oh, holy shit.
Whoa.
And then it immediately goes right for your eyes as it begins to glow. And Yuna goes, wait, Pascal, no. And Pryor, can you make me that roll to avoid getting flashed?
Athletics reflex.
Yep. And
wait, I'm wearing my ego. I can actually use my defensive skill.
You can. You can actually use your defensive skill instead of intuition calmness.
But you deserve this.
No, wait, no, wait. No, it is intuition calmness.
Oh, yes, it is intuition calmness.
It's a special skill.
It's a special skill. You do need to make that intuition calmness.
Challenge 5.
That's 4 successes. Are you going to spend a sanity?
Here's the thing, I take a point of sanity damage either way.
You've got some affinity, because you got 2 additional sin points, because affinity's been redeemed twice.
Here's the thing, if I spend willpower to get the success, it's gonna be the same as failing by a margin of 1 either way.
You know what? That's so true. In that case, Pryor, Pascal glows and flashes you immediately. One-Sin's gift does protect you from taking the damage, but it still hurts your eyes.
Yeah. Pryor takes 0 white damage, but he's rubbing his his eyelids, and he goes, "Oh, glad to see you haven't changed a bit."
Beep. Pascal just sort of hums as it flies around, and it looks to be looking for someone. Beep.
Miix is gone, little guy.
You can see the little lens beginning to glow again.
Wasn't me this time. Look, I'm sure you can search your... I don't even know how you work, your databanks, whatever. Process this information. We need to find Miix. She's gone. Are you going to help us? Is that something your code is capable of? Or are you just gonna keep blinding me?
It just goes beep, and Yuna just kind of sighs and rubs at their temples as they say, Fire, you have to stop treating the drone like it's sentient. It isn't alive. It can't understand what you're saying.
I know it doesn't have a soul, but it feels anger towards me, so I have to try and tap into that.
It doesn't feel anything. It's a drone.
Fire looks into that beady, cold, empty lens and just goes, I know what you are.
Beep.
Anyway.
Pascal's online. Pascal's fine. If you really want to come along, Yuna, we could use the extra set of hands.
Yes, no. I should go get ready. I can prepare the ampules. I have enough for each of you. I don't have one for myself, however, but that's fine. I shouldn't be involved in combat anyway. And Yuna will say, oh, right, if we're heading out, I should also grab, oh gosh, I believe it was called Fetter of Honor is the name for that ego. The one for Firebird. If we're looking for Miix, we might end up finding Abel. So it's good to be ready, just in case, I feel.
Abel? I think Abel's long gone. I don't think Abel wants anything more to do with Miix ever again.
I don't disagree, necessarily, but I don't know.
Mean Miix doesn't want anything to do with him. Who knows?
That's true. Actually, if Miix is bringing the Leonis house back together, maybe Miix is the one who will have something to do with Abel? Either way, yeah, sure. Let's bring it along. If you have the impulse, I don't see a reason why we should stop you.
I agree. I think it's a good idea, too. I guess the real question then, do we bring Miix's ego gear along, or do we leave it here?
Well, when we get her back, it'll be something to force her into if she doesn't, come along willingly. I think she'll come back. I don't know. Optimism.
I hope
Pryor
Boss
thinks
does.
about it.
Oh,
And yeah, Pryor thinks about it and just goes, yeah, I actually think maybe it's best we don't bring it.
why not? I mean, I'm not against it either way. I hope Boss would come back, and I think she'll need something to wear that's suitable for a fight if she does, but...
Yeah, you're right. I don't know.
I thought I felt like a piece of her.
Pryor is biting the inside of his cheek and just goes, I'm overthinking things. I just don't want to find ourselves playing into her hands again.
No, that's a good point. Maybe it's worth...
No, we should bring it. If she does come back willingly, worst case scenario, we get jumped on the way back and she'll need a way to fight.
Yeah. Okay. I say we bring it then. And we'll bring Fetter of Honor then. I'm sure that you, Pryor, can craft something to transport ego gear.
I've already got a containment portable unit. I haven't brought it along in a while, but I can go fetch it on our way out.
Wonderful. I was gonna say, I imagine... Right, I do remember you all have one to begin with anyway. If this is a longer trip, I'm not going to be able to wear my ego while in the RV, so...
That's good. Someone in the party who actually keeps an eye on their mental corruption levels.
Yes, well, the rest of you should be careful too as well. Let's let's take a few days to get prepared. I'm going to need to make sure everything's in order. You all should probably check in with your own department. And I guess we'll meet up.
Works for me.
Agreed.
Mm-hmm.
And managers.
We'll get everything in order. Yeah. Yeah. I don't want to wait a few days, but we're already several days out, so it's best that we just make sure the facility is in order before we go.
Absolutely. Is there anything any of you would like to do before you all prepare to head on out?
Can't think of anything in particular besides, just checking in, as he does with Kit every time they come back. Besides that, I can't really think of anything.
Absolutely. Yeah, no. Kit has a report for you. Kit briefs you on everything that's been happening in the control team. There aren't any big issues occurring or anything like that.
Did that delivery get made to Chris?
Yes, Chris has received your delivery.
Awesome. According to Pryor spends a little bit of time dealing with that, but otherwise, as far as what's important to discuss, Pryor just spends time dealing with everything else in his department.
All right, awesome. And Kai, is there anything you do in particular, or?
I've got to catch up with whatever gossip is going on in my department and also visit Teddy so that he doesn't think that I've abandoned him. That's just a given, though. Nothing, in particular, I don't believe. Probably Big Bad Wolf, too. Or Big and Will Be Bad Wolf, too.
Absolutely. I will say, Kai, you're able to learn some of the new gossip going around. Actually, you can make me a roll real quick to see how much gossip you get.
For sure.
Make me a presence persuasion, and you can add your beautiful benefit.
Lovely. I can't believe this still works even with, my underlings. What is the, do you want a challenge?
It's just a scaling challenge. They're eager to share, so
Okay.
it's like a challenge too that just scales.
I got you. Okay, yeah.
5 successes. You learn that there's just a bunch of, it's the usual gossip going around. You learn that, everyone's, gossiping about there might be a new relationship blooming in the facility between 2 of the agents there. You don't know much about these agents at all. Like you kind of know them. It's someone in safety. It's like Layla in safety, and apparently Tom in training have something going on that everyone's like, that's kind of the new gossip.
Okay.
You learn that people are just, it seems like everyone's been a little bit bored, isn't the right word, but like without a lot of information coming in from the outside, they're just kind of making up whatever drama they can make up. You learn that there was a party in safety a couple days ago, and a couple of the agents got really high on enkephalin, and Chris basically had to come in and break the party up. Like, there's just a bunch of like little things that have been happening back with the agents at the branch.
Chris had to break them up for having fun. A crime that cannot be forgiven. I was also going to ask if I could re-up on Ank.
If you could what?
If I could re-up on enkephalin? If I could get some more?
Absolutely. You can refill your enkephalin. You can re-up on enkephalin. There's nothing new that Happy Teddy or Big and Will Be Bad Wolf have to say to you, but you could absolutely give Big Teddy and Little Teddy both a hug, and you can briefly stop in with the Big and Will Be Bad Wolf. And unless there's anything else, let me know if there's any final things any of you would like to do.
I think anything Pryor needs to do, we've discussed in DMs previously, and I guess it's still going on, what with the facility actually being in the state it's currently in, so my concerns were for nothing, and Pryor's good to leave the facility whenever.
Wonderful. And any final things for you, Merru?
Not really. I mean, he doesn't really have much to do, besides going about his normal routine. I guess maybe he stops in to see Punishing Bird, but like,
Yeah,
you know,
stop to see the little bird, it pecks you a little bit, and then it just flies away. It does also play with your necklace, your ego gift from it.
yeah, as expected. So, but that's really it. Merru doesn't really have much he's doing that's not out of the ordinary for him.
Wonderful. And in that case, once you all finish the business you have to handle, I'll say you're all ready to leave on the day you're going to depart. A lot of the agents have come to see you all off. The day of, Pascal is up once again and buzzing, and you can all see Kit, you can see Foreign, Aiden, Alice. Kate has come as well, and looks to be pestering Yuna once again, sort of whispering to them like, are you sure you're not gonna get pummeled by another big brother? And Yuna's like, Kate, please don't will that into existence.
We are going to do everything in our power to keep Yuna safe.
Thank you.
Alice, Aiden. Make sure you keep everyone else in line. Do your best.
Understood, sir. Both of them say at the same time.
Alright. When we return, we'll return with our wayward manager or with news of what's occurred. Thank you all for your continued trust and support in the facility. We couldn't do it without all of you. It is your hard work and dedication that allowed us to go out and make the facility a better place.
And
best of luck to you all. That's all he says. He says, best of luck to you all and wish us luck in return.
And as you say that, Prior, there is a chorus of almost everyone in the room saying, best of luck, sir, except for Kit, who has their arms crossed and is leaning against the wall in the corner, and just sort of eyeing you from across the room.
Prior gives Kit a mock salute as he goes to step in the elevator.
Absolutely. Merru, Kai, do you two go to follow, or do you say anything to the agents assembled here? And clerks assembled here?
I think Merru will just glance back over at Kit, give them a nod, and say, good luck with the departments, Kit.
Thanks, Merru. Yes, Kai.
Oh, no, I sorry for interrupting. Kai was just going to wave to Kit behind Merru.
Absolutely. Kit gives you a wave.
Actually, sorry. Just one super last quick thing. I think as they're getting on the elevator, Merru will point at Kate and while looking at Kit and say, and make sure that one gets disciplined for the accident from before. Since you're, kind of in charge for now with the info team.
Huh? What? Why am I getting disciplined? Kate sort of looks to you, Merru, and goes, wait, that's not fair. And Kate
goes, that is very fair.
Understood, manager. I will ensure that this agent is disciplined. And Kate goes, aww. And sticks their tongue out at you, Merru.
Merru will ignore that and just give while turning around, we'll just kind of give a half little wave with the back of his hand and just walk into the elevator.
Absolutely. Kai, do you do anything else before you head into the elevator as well?
No, sir. Just going to head on in.
And Yuna follows you all, as well as Pascal. And as you're all leaving, I imagine you all talked to Ange the day of, but regardless, you you all get the last little communication from Ange, which is just, be safe, managers. Please return with Manager Miix.
Prior sends Ange back the final message of, we'll talk more when it's all done.
Absolutely. And with that, you can all head out onto the road as you leave behind the agents in the department and head into the RV. Yuna has changed out of their ego once they step into the RV, and Pascal is back up and running again.
It's been a while since the RV has looked like this.
Yeah. Yuna sort of looks around, and they're pocketing the solitude glasses as they can't get rid of the gift, but they are able to at least put it in their pocket as they say, it's been a while since I've been in here. I could drive, but it's probably better that Pascal does.
Agreed. All right, Pascal, you've done this route once before. Go. Fetch.
Pascal doesn't listen to you, Prior. It beeps.
Yuna.
Pascal, can you go drive? And it lets out a beep and goes to the driver's seat. And takes the wheel.
Mechanical amalgamation.
I think you're reading too much into it, Prior. There's no curse on that drone.
Prior says nothing more.
And is there anything you all would like to discuss while you're traveling along in the RV?
All right, let's break down what we still need to do. Miix is gone. Why? We don't know. For what purpose? We don't really understand. But Miix seems to think that leaving the group is the best way that she can execute on her ideals of improving the city. She irrevocably rejects my ideals of how the city should be changed. I don't suppose she's talked to either of you in more detail about how exactly she seems to think the city can be changed, if not how I believe the city should be changed.
I mean, she did find me at that party at one point. I'm going to be completely honest, I did not understand a lot of what she was saying to me. But she did say a few things. One of which being that with someone like Jackson, she believed that he could have been what she was, I guess, looking for, but wasn't, whatever that means.
Right, I still don't know who this Jackson is.
He's an old friend of mine. He's a Hana fixer now. Long story. I'll tell you another time.
Got it.
Basically a color.
Oh!
Yeah.
Okay.
He's more or less on our side. It's really complicated. It really wouldn't be a good idea to get him involved in this.
Agreed.
Unless we absolutely need to, but I don't.
He'd be a good fighter.
He would be. I just don't.
I understand.
We have to remember that the Hana and the Fixers are loyal to On. I'm not saying Jackson necessarily is.
That's not what I was trying to say.
What I'm saying is that if we get him involved in any way, shape, or form, we might end up really messing over his career. Nestborns tend to play dirty.
True. What I was also trying to say is that he already doesn't like one of us, and he stares at Pryor. And Merru goes, unfortunately, if we get him involved in something and he decides that whatever Miix is doing isn't good for me or for the city, then that's two people he doesn't like. And I would very much like to keep him an ally of us, not just me.
I actually quite agree with that finding.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I cannot talk to him right now about this. So, but that was the first thing Miix said to me. She also, and this was the really confusing part, she started talking to me about some dream she had where she had to make some, I think it was like she had to decide whether she wanted to like destroy the city or not, and she didn't know what was best. So I cannot tell you the details. I do not really know a lot about what she was talking about. She said it was a dream she had.
That sounds incredibly concerning.
Yeah, which is why I'm mentioning it. I don't know really what, now if I knew this was going to happen, maybe I would have like thought about it more that night, but I really didn't understand. I was trying. Trust me, I was trying. I just didn't get it.
I mean, to your credit, I feel like you got more out of your conversation with her than I did, even though you said you didn't understand. All Miix said to me was asking why I preferred her as a leader than as a follower, and I told her because she's bad at being a follower, and then she said thank you. I don't think there. I mean, she did say that helped her form her opinion, or her, got her to the resolution that she has to be whatever this is. But I still don't know what this is.
She called me a narcissist, and then we did have a conversation after that. But
And I don't think she's incorrect.
She's not, and I told her as much. I think that you can't get anywhere in this city if you aren't willing to believe in your own ideals, and instead you rely on waiting for other people to approve or disapprove of what you think and feel. It seems that we all had conversations with her, and she came to a conclusion based on the collective of our ideals. Either way, it seems Miix truly believes that what she's doing is the next step that she can take to make things better in the city. So, I suppose our options, while limited, should be considerate of that.
Yeah. Well, I admit I wasn't present for any of those conversations, so I don't really know what to do about that, but it's probably best we think about what we should say to her when we see her again.
Left, right, good night. No, not even a chuckle?
We're not. Are you implying we're
really not even a really? No one has a sense of humor in this RV.
How was that a joke?
But clearly we're not going to just beat the shit out of Miix. So it was the absurdity of the idea that the first thing we would say to her would be a 1-2-3 jab combo.
I don't know. I kind of was floating the idea in my head, at least.
It might be a necessity, but hopefully not.
I hope it doesn't come to that. I mean, I guess if she's in a panic or we have to knock her into her senses, but I would much rather avoid that if we can.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
And managers, as you're all driving along, Pascal is at the wheel. But I should ask, are any of you paying attention to the front of the RV?
Ominous statement. No, I'm focused on the conversation.
I think Kai had...
Oh, you go. You go first.
I think Kai had enough of it being the navigator on their way back.
I mean, I was gonna say that Merru always tries to keep, an eye on his surroundings. He's not oftentimes, super, super chill when they're out on, missions and stuff. And I would imagine, considering, the seriousness of the situation, he's probably, still a bit on edge, right?
Wonderful. They are not trying to hide. So, Merru, I will say, you are able to spot them, given your dots of awareness being 5. I won't make you roll. Prior, you are able to hear,
Hello?
in your mind, in the middle of the conversation that you're all having.
Danger! Everyone brace!
And as you say that, Prior, Merru, you can see in the road there are a group of what look to be hooligans. It must be just a pack of rats. They are blocking the road. It does look like, now you can point this out to everyone. It does look like Pascal will continue driving over these hooligans. However, you don't know if it might damage the RV, especially because it looks like they are armed and preparing to start swinging at the incoming vehicle.
Okay. Yeah, Merru, he will immediately stand up out of his seat, and he will relay that information to the rest of them. I'm not sure if we all want, Pascal to keep going or to stop.
I think an evasive maneuver is probably the best. Here's the problem. We cannot risk damaging the RV right now. We do not have the time to deal with the fact if they break the RV.
I will let you all know. Pascal, there's nowhere else to go on the road. Because they are blocking the entirety of the road in front of you, basically.
Oh, so it's not like a couple, it's a proper, ambush.
It's a proper, not even an ambush. It's a proper blockade. There is a line of them. You will have to go over at least one of them, even if you try to evasively maneuver, or you'll go off the road.
That's weird. Okay. Fuck, do we just hit the brakes? I mean, we could get out and fight them, maybe, but... maybe that's not a good idea. Shit. We do not have a lot of time.
We'll look to all of you and say, and you know what? I'll have Yuna make an understanding drive. This will be a challenge 4. Yeah, with 6 successes, Yuna looks to you Prior, sees you deliberating, and says, unless we stop the RV, there's going to be damage to it.
Yeah. Pascal hit the brakes. We'll deal with them on foot. We have our ego on. Yuna, you stay inside. You're not kitted up.
Pascal does not hit the brakes when you say that, Prior. And Yuna looks to Pascal and goes, Pascal hit the brakes. And there is a screech as the RV skids to a stop in front of the brigade. And Yuna says, I should just stay here, right?
Yes, you're not kitted up. Come on, everyone, we gotta fight. It's a bunch of hooligans. This shouldn't take us much, but... Merru, you might have to sit on top of the RV, make sure none of them ambush us from behind or anything.
Yeah, that's fine. I could do that.
Absolutely. Kai, Prior, are you going to grab your ego and getting ready to disembark?
Yep.
Yeah.
And Merru, are you preparing to go to the top of the RV with
Yep.
your ego? Awesome. Merru, you have the highest awareness, so you will see it before anyone else does. As you get to the top of the RV, and as Prior and Kai are beginning to head out, you see there is a figure on a motorcycle who slides out from behind the stalled RV and who slides their bike into the bandits and the blockade in front of them. A couple of them try to dive out of the way of the bike, but it's too late as they're knocked off the road, and those who don't immediately fall unconscious begin to flee, leaving their buddies behind. The bike is completely totaled, but the figure stands, turning to all of you. And Alyosha, would you like to introduce yourself?
Oh, fuck my bike! And you see immediately this woman, you'd have to say she's about maybe 5'11" or something like that. And she just looks down at her bike as she's just slid horizontally, and she looks down and realizes that one of the wheels is missing, the entire steering's all bent, and her grin quickly morphs into a panicked look. Oh no, Irene's gonna kill me. No. I just paid it all off. I mean, I didn't pay it off. To be fair, I kind of just, more like I stole it, but like, it doesn't even matter. And besides, oh no, and man, this was my favorite one I had too.
And managers, you all see this woman you do not recognize before the three of you.
Prior is standing outside the door, the staff of Magical Girl in one hand, the grimoire in the other, and he's just flat-eyed as the rats like scatter, the bike lay totaled in front of him. And he looks back up at her and goes, I'm sorry about your bike. Is this the part where you try and kill us?
Huh? Kill what? Oh,
I mean,
shoot. Oh gosh. Well, and the woman you see scratches her hair as she says, well, I guess it doesn't look too good. Those weren't your friends there, were they? To be honest, I just saw them. They looked real medicine-like, and, well, you know, I figured I'd be lending a hand, but, well, they weren't your friends, right?
No, I don't. They weren't your friends?
Wow. No, gosh.
I mean, you did hit them with your bike, and that's...
Yeah, well...
That is not going to buff her out, by the way.
No. She was so pretty before I did this. Pretty as a peach. And now...
Sorry, Prior signals to Merru on the roof to put the gun down.
Merru hesitantly will.
Prior puts the staff on his back and approaches, and he goes, well, thank you for the assist, stranger. This isn't the first time, if you'd have us believe, that someone's randomly appeared out of nowhere to help us out of a bind. Normally, they're not this effective. Prior, pleased to make your acquaintance.
You're Prior. And does that mean
Oh, fuck.
those two...
Oh, shit, no! Sorry, that was out of character. Prior's eyes curdle like milk slightly when he is recognized.
Oh, jeez. That looks stronger than horse piss with a foam farted off on it. You all right
What?
there?
Sorry. You know me. You
Well-
have me at a disadvantage. I've been a little put on the back foot by people who know me, but I don't know them.
Well, I know you. I know you, and I know that there's Merru, and that there's Kai, I'm reckoning.
And who are you?
I'm Natalia.
Natalia?
Natalia. Prior squints. He doesn't have any insight. However, he looks and he goes, and you're here, and you know us because...
Out of character, I think I understand this context, but in character, can I roll to figure out who Natalia not to figure out, but to.
I will give it to you without a roll, Kai.
Okay.
Miix has mentioned the name, I believe, once before to all of you, and that was the name of her old butler.
Yeah.
How old is this woman though, or looks?
The woman in
She
front
looks
of you?
to be about in her mid-20s at youngest.
Yeah.
Yeah, she looks to be in her mid-20s at the youngest.
Yeah, so that doesn't add up.
Yeah, Prior's being a little hesitant because he has had terrible luck today with talking to people about sensitive topics and he doesn't really want to blurt out, you don't look old, because that has not worked out so well for him today. So instead he cautiously goes, He sees Kai thinking and he goes, Kai, do you have something to say?
I know it's not flattering to speak on a woman's age or anything, but Natalia was a name mentioned by Miix in reference to her childhood and a caretaker of sorts, and this woman is maybe 30.
Oh, right. Well, guess that means y'all know a little more than I expected. Well, let me to cut a long story short, I'm really Alyosha. Technically, I'm the next in line to be Natalia.
Is a title.
Oh yeah, shoot, it's always been a title. I guess you don't know too much about the customs, but Natalia is the title we give to our chief butler. I'm the next in line. I'm the, how do you say, heir apparent? Something like that.
The Leonises were so rich they have heir apparents for the title of butler.
Well,
Yes.
yeah, kinda.
Well, I suppose that makes sense why you... Prior does look up and down and go, if you're looking for pain, I'm afraid she's not with us anymore.
I know thing or two about that too. I'm actually looking for y'all to talk about that situation. Alyosha looks a little nervous as she looks around and then says, look, I know we're getting off to a real strange foot, and I reckon that there's a lot of questions y'all have for me, and I probably have for y'all, but let me just get this out of the way first. Name's Alyosha, and I'm, She stops to think about it and then says, I'm one of the butlers for the Leonis family. And as she says that, Alyosha will say, she's wearing a leather jacket, she's got her hair in a wolf cut with red underneath, and the most notable thing is her legs. All the way up to the knees, pure prosthetics. She steps forward to offer a hand to Prior.
Before Prior does, could he make a craft roll on those prostheses? Could he see if he can discern anything about them? Are they combat prostheses?
Yeah, you can make a roll about the prosthetics. That will be an understanding craft at challenge 4.
Okay. Ooh.
3 successes.
Well, hold on. Okay.
4 successes.
I get a little bit of info.
Yes, you recognize that these look to be they are workshop made prosthetics. They look to be very high quality prosthetics as well. It looks like they were made to essentially, it's replaced her legs for whatever reason. It's very clear there's no skin beneath these. The pair of legs is completely prosthetic. It does look like it can be used for combat and practicality, but given that it's workshop modified from the appearance of it, you have a feeling that while you're not sure what the intention of the legs that she has is, they are absolutely combat capable.
Makes sense.
What does?
Oh, sorry. Prior takes Alyosha's hand and goes, I was lost in thought for a moment. You already know me, but I am Prior. Those are some very high quality prosthesis you have.
Well, thanks, I guess. Well, I guess I should explain a little more before y'all,
Right.
stop looking at me like that.
Prior doesn't let go of Alyosha's hand for a moment as he looks her in the eye, and those 3 eyes of nothing there turn to look at her while he releases her hand and goes, if you knew who we were and came to find us, who told you where we would be?
That's what I'm fixing to tell you. Anyways, gosh. she takes a moment to think about something and then says, there was a masked man with a... How do I... And you can tell she's like trying to think about how to explain. And then she just decides to full send it and says, basically, I met a masked man with this like big old scar on his face and told me to look for y'all and said y'all be around here somewhere. And so I figured I'd look over yonder for a while and basically been staking out around here for a couple days now. Oddly enough, there'd be more RVs than you think, but never mind that now. I found y'all finally, so told me that y'all would be heading back to the manor over in Corp, and does any of that make a lick of sense to y'all?
Scarred-faced man has Pryor's brain churning. And he takes a deep breath in and exhales. And I don't think I need to make a roll to know who that is.
No, Pryor, especially with your memory, even if it's not perfect anymore, you have a feeling it's Lazarus.
Yeah.
Scarred
So
face.
it seems the man...
Connected to Miix.
Yep. It seems the man who said that the game was afoot has finally decided to enter as a player. Mr. Lazarus has made his first move. Wait, you don't know who Lazarus is?
Mr. Who? Oh, is that the name he's using now?
Pryor makes the most frustrated sound that has ever left his face as he goes, it could be.
Well, Lazarus, huh? Yeah, basically Lazarus. She says that like she's trying out a new piece of food that she isn't sure whether or not she likes. And she says, Lazarus is, who told me about y'all?
Well, that makes a lot of sense. It seems he's been keeping closer tabs on us than we thought. Well, listen. Thank you for the assist. We really, truly do appreciate it. But we need to get back to the manor in Corp because Miix is in danger and we need to find her.
Right. Well, I figure I can help y'all with all that. Do you mind if we go inside? I think it's gonna rain like pouring piss out of a boot soon.
Sorry, the second that she asked to go inside, Merru is he's not doing anything with it, but he's raising his gun again. You want to come inside?
No? Yeah.
Why the fuck would we let you inside?
What my good friend means, and I concur with, is Miix has twice over gotten one up on us, and while you seem very nice, you are also heavily connected to Miix, and she does not want to see us anymore, and for all we know, once we let you inside, you would be able to disable the RV and cut off our last avenue of getting to Miix, so you can forgive us being a little cautious.
Oh. Guess I can't blame y'all for being nervous. Yeah, makes sense. How can I make y'all trust me?
Trust is a difficult thing to earn in the city. No, I'm sorry, go ahead, Kai.
Why'd you want to come in anyway? Is it about... You think there's listening ears, or what are you...
Oh, well, if we're talking about sensitive information, then yeah, but also, Alyosha looks up into the sky and then looks down. It's, might cold out here, and, I'm exactly dressed for the weather.
It's actually in the south, so it wouldn't be too cold out here.
It's a little chilly.
If you're from the South, 70 is cold.
Well, I'm not sure how you can make us trust you, but I hate to tell you it would be a little hard to earn given the circumstance.
Well...
Well, Merru still has the gun pointed, by the way.
Look.
Well, no, how about...
No.
And,
Listen.
no, it's alright. And Alyosha will, take her right hand and take something off her left finger and tosses it over towards, like, Merru, probably.
Merru... Sorry, what did you say you were tossing at him?
Merru, you catch a ring.
Okay. Merru will inspect it. Is it any particular kind of ring?
Alyosha will go ahead and say, how about you hold on to my wedding ring? It's probably the closest thing that, probably the most valuable thing I own.
Certainly.
Mostly sentimental, though. It's not like I had a lot of money to get anything super nice.
Well, looks expensive to me. I don't really know. Any kind of jewelry looks expensive to me.
I think Merru has... Actually, Pryor's going to turn to Kai, and he's going to give Kai a little nudge if Kai might be able to read Alyosha's genuineness in this... in the value of this ring. Because I think Kai's actually got some dots of insight.
Yeah, Kai,
Oh, yeah.
you could make an intuition insight roll. I think it would be at, I should ask, Alyosha, are you being truthful?
Yeah.
All right, it'll be at challenge free then.
Okay. I do have some insight, but I only have 2 dots of intuition, so it doesn't add up to very much. I mean, I'll roll. You said a challenge 3. Okay. Does anyone else have any?
Oh, I think
Yeah,
Merru
I
can
can-
assist.
Wait, have any what?
Do you have any insight?
Yes, now I do. I have 1.
Thank you. Okay, can I take an assist die from you?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Assist die from Merru, and I will push. Okay, cool.
Hey!
So yeah, I can discern that she's telling the truth. Or sorry, Mr. DM, whatever you would like to.
Yes, absolutely. With 4 successes, you can tell that she is telling the truth here.
Kai squints at this woman who... It's not, I wouldn't say he's all too suspicious about her being a potential ally so much as that she's been scouting them out for a while and he just doesn't like that generally. But when she tosses her wedding ring to Merru and says what it is, he can see that much is genuine, and he'll nod to Pryor, who asked, and say, well, I still don't really understand all of the intentions of this woman, but I do believe that is the most valuable thing that she has, sentimentally, and it's probably the best chance we've got, or in terms of having a physical token of trust. I don't think she would want to part ways with that.
Well, I asked for a sign of trust, and that's a pretty damn big one. Prior looks to Merru and Kai and says, "We do need all the help we can get."
Can I get that back kind of soon? Because I think my wife would be awful mad if you lost it. So
You can get it back when you help us.
well, can I have it back now?
No? Why would you... What's the point of giving it to me if you're just gonna take it back?
Tell you what,
Why?
we'll keep it safe. Trust me, that's one thing we're very good at. We'll hold it as collateral while you're helping us, and when we part ways, we'll return it.
Well, can we go inside now?
Yes, we can go inside now. Prior actually seems a little amused, and actually much more relieved. His shoulders do slump slightly. And he'll walk back to the door, open it up, and allow Kai and Alyosha to walk back in.
Yuna's poked their head outside the door at this point and is in ego as they say, "Are we fighting?"
Nope. We've got another ally, in fact.
Okay. I'll go get changed again then. And Yuna's clearly peeking to see who it is. And I don't know if they can see Alyosha there, I imagine, behind all of you. But if all of you are bringing her in, Yuna's not gonna protest. As you can all head into the RV.
Allow me to make some introductions. Yuna, this is Alyosha. Alyosha, Yuna. Yuna, Alyosha, Alyosha, Yuna.
Good to meet you, Alyosha.
Put her there.
Sorry, do you want my money?
No, I'm asking you for a handshake.
Oh. I don't understand those sort of backstreets phrases.
Oh, bless your heart.
Yuna just blinks at that and then will extend their hand to you.
And Alyosha will go ahead and take his hand.
And he will shake it and say, I should actually ask you this at this. I don't believe Miix has ever mentioned Alyosha to Yuna before, correct?
Nope.
Then in that case, yeah, Yuna doesn't recognize the name, but says, I'm Yuna. It's good to meet you, Alyosha. And Yuna's kind of eyeing the other managers like, who is this?
Alyosha's an old friend of Miix's.
Oh! Yuna's demeanor immediately changes when they hear that, and they say, sorry, you know boss, I mean Miix. It's really good to meet you.
Boss?
It's complicated.
Alyosha will raise an eyebrow and look at the other three.
Yuna is Miix's employee.
What has that girl gotten herself into?
Something far worse than anything else in the city. Corporate bureaucracy.
Well, anyways, and she'll give a big old stretch. Got a lot to talk about, so we got anywhere to sit down and...
Yeah. Absolutely. apologies for the smell. Miix has a habit of smoking inside the RV. But please take a seat anywhere on the couch or the table. Just don't sit on the kitchen counter, please. Merru will kill you.
Yes.
Alyosha will look over and kind of raise an eyebrow. Well, I don't know much about you, but I know better damn well most that kitchens are sacred places. Don't worry none about that. Now let me sit down and I can get to telling you all about everything I know.
Friar will sit down across from Alyosha at the table.
I think as they're all planning to sit down, Yuna will look to all of them and say, should we tell Pascal to keep driving, or should we park the RV off the side of the road so we're not blocking the middle of the place?
Yeah, let's find a place to park. I have a feeling this is going to be a long conversation.
Yuna nods and will say, hey, Pascal, can you find the nearest parking lot? And Pascal will beep, and you all don't need to worry about that. Pascal will make sure that the RV gets parked somewhere safe. The rats have been driven off thanks to Alyosha's entrance. So there's a couple bodies just lying in the street unconscious, and the rest of them have all fled.
All right. Now that we're somewhere relatively more secure, tell us everything you know about what's going on. If you've spoken to Lazarus and he knows more, and you've thought to come seek us out, I have a feeling you have details that could help us help you, and you help us. We just want to find Miix in one piece. Please tell us everything you know.
Well, I reckon I ought to start at the beginning. What I do know is probably about what y'all know then, if y'all are freaking out this much. Kane, that's how I know her. I know that she's taken that title of Lord Leonis. Left with, think y'all know him as, Mr. S?
Yes.
Right. Lazarus told me that much. Bet y'all are curious about where Miix is right now. That just sounds so weird. And again, you can tell when she says Miix, it's like, again, tasting new food. She tries to get used to it and says, at this point, old Nat and the rest of the butlers, or most of them at least, are probably with her at this point. They're all loyal to the Lord of the house. Old Nat, that's what I call her. Some people call her Natalia, some people call her Nat, some people, and those who do get their asses kicked. I just call her Old Nat, though. Always have, ever since I was a kid.
Right, I guess she would be the senior training you to take her place eventually.
Just about. Anyways, I reckon they're all over there with her. With Kane, that is. I know that, Nat's been going around chasing Leon. But, at this point, Nat would rather choose the house over revenge. That being said, we're not the only ones who have heard about this. Lazarus knows, and Leon probably knows as well. Y'all been acquainted with Leon, right? She says that she realizes maybe these people don't know anything about what she's talking about.
Yuna looks confused, but I know the rest of you have been acquainted with Leon.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, tried to shoot us with an ulterior logic round. Nice guy.
Yeah, well. And she
He's
looks a
running-
little. She looks
He's
a
running a
little.
group of sorry. Prior just says he's running a group of golden bow hunters is all we know, and the moment he met Miix, he wanted her dead. So yes.
There's an emotion you can't really place on her face when she listens to that, and then that quickly fades away, and she says, "Anyways, he's probably found out by this point as well, and if he hasn't, he will soon. Either way, he's definitely gonna take action. And that's about it."
So what you're telling us is Mr. S and Miix and Old Nat are probably at the same place.
Just about, yeah.
And why aren't you there if you're going to be the next Nat?
For a lot of complicated reasons it would take a long time to get into, but I guess if we're gonna be here for a while, and where to start? That's a fair question. How much do y'all know about everything that happened with the Leonis family? I don't know how much Kane told y'all.
We know that Adam Leonis was a less than ideal father, that he fucked around and broke the taboos of the head, an arbiter got called in, the house fractured, Miix and...
Wait. Right there. House fractured. So, when that incident happened, basically what happened was we scattered. But some butlers stayed. Most of them went different ways. Some of them stayed at the properties they were assigned to, and others went to the back streets, others found other work. Whole lot. I mean, our former employer just died, at least as far as we knew, and so we decided to look out for ourselves. So I was one of the people that went off, but after a while I decided to look for my fellow butlers. That's when I found out that someone was gathering them up aside from me.
Huh. Most of the butlers survived.
Not most. I'd say closer to around half. I mean,
Still, that tells me one thing no one knows, is what, or at least if Miix knew, she never told us, but I truly believe she was being honest, is what taboo Lord Leonis broke in the first place. I've been trying to piece it together, but it feels like I'm missing a few details. The fact that not everyone was hunted down tells me that the crime might have been more personal in nature, but sorry, please continue. Half the butlers survived, scattered. How many properties were there in the Leonis household? You said most of them stayed at their own properties.
there's at least one property for each wing.
Jesus. I knew the Leonises were rich, but I guess that's what you get for being one of the big families of L Corp.
So from there, I started to search around and try and gather as many as I could for my own reasons. These were people I knew my entire life, damn near, and I wanted to try and bring them together, see if we couldn't weather out the storm as a family. That's when I found out that a certain someone was also doing the same thing. I mean, think about it. Something I thought about. Weren't all the properties sold off to other families or other people or corporations? It had to be that someone else was in control of all these. So
Makes sense.
that's where Mr. S comes in. Anyways, that's not too important to the story. At this point, some of the butlers decided to stick with me, and some of them decided to go back to the family, as it were. I was
schism.
actually kind of split. It's not really a schism. I was kind of split at first. See, I'm not exactly super separated from the Leonis themselves, as much as I said I was earlier. I didn't know about a lot of this stuff that's going on now, so I kind of just took orders from old Nat once I heard from her again. Till I found out more about what she was up to from Lazarus.
I see. And that led you right to us.
He told me basically that there was some shady stuff afoot, and from there, well, I knew something weren't right. Cain would never act like this, and just trying to find out what's going on with that. But I may be the heir to an Italian name. I ain't got a lick of power, really, aside from the few people that I have managed to track down and bring to my side.
The return of the Lord Leonis is probably being used as a rallying cry to bring the butlers back to Old Nat's side, right?
That, and I'm still not an Italia. That's kind of just as important. See, currently, Old Nat's still the current Natalia, so I can't just mosey on up and expect everyone to put their trust in me. Anyways, all that being said, there's no real reason for y'all to go back to U Corp. I'll be blunt. There's high security there at this point, and probably ain't any clues left for y'all to follow. And even if there were, look, y'all know how rich and powerful the Leonis family was and is. I'd say it's more likely than not they have Svi fixers anywhere from grades 1 to 3, patrolling the whole damn place.
Well, sorry to butt in. You mentioned that you had managed to cull some you managed to corral some butlers into your favor. Are they gonna help us with this?
Well, as much as I like to, most of the people on my side are on recon, and like I said, I don't got nearly enough numbers. I'm still the strongest of us all. I've asked them to pull out some feelers and see what they can find out, and that's honestly how Lazarus even got into contact with me in the first place. But what matter is I don't got nearly enough men to help us out in any of this.
So we're on our own.
You gotta remember, these people still gotta make a living, and if they're not being paid by the Leonis family, they've got their own jobs and lives to tend to. At the moment, I don't have much in the way of keeping them covered, so they're doing what they can to help when they can, but everybody's gotta eat somehow, and I can't pay their bills. Not yet, at least.
Hold on. But that Mr. S was still operating, and from what you've described, it sounds like the old Nat still has her own butlers.
Yeah.
Which means someone has to be handling the Leonis wealth.
That'd be my guess would be Mr. S, or maybe even old Nat, or a combination of both. Besides, it makes sense now that I think about it. Maybe Lord Leon. Oh, sorry. And she looks a little sheepish when she says that. I used to call him Mr. Adam. Makes sense that he would have done a transfer of funds and the like before he went. Man always had
True.
an odd talent for seeing what was coming next.
He had a will left with L Corp long before it seems he was even deceased, so something about his gifts. One time hearing it feels like a coincidence, but it seems Adam keeps reaching back from the dead to play chess moves.
Right.
Before the board was even set up.
Well, we're not fully up Shit's Creek without a paddle just yet. I've got one thing that might just help us out with this. And Alyosha will reach into her pocket and pull out a piece of paper. I got this.
Paper. Fantastic.
And that
No,
This will
is-
surely
no.
save us all.
No, not paper.
The pen is mightier than the sword.
It's what's inside. Here. Phone number. I know one person who can help us out of this mess. Lazarus. He's... By now, he's... way he does business is... He's an information broker. And from what I understand, he used to be a colleague of Mr. Adam. But I can promise you this, he wants to help Miix. That I know for sure. This here is an emergency phone line. It's one use. He left him with me a while ago. And I figure now is as good a time as any to use it.
Pryor sits back in the chair and lets Yuna speak.
On one hand, I would argue it's better for us to go back to the manor for clues. But if we're dealing with Zwei and we're dealing with a family of the Leonis' influence, despite being a fallen family, I suppose it is better we go with whatever clues we have. We really do not need a repeat of L Corp. And Yuna looks very pointedly at the three of you because we get in trouble with an association.
Agreed. Yeah. We're out of clues, and if the manor's a dead end, if Lazarus has been paying mind to everything, contacting him's got to be the next step, right? I mean, if he's involved in all of this, damned if we do, damned if we don't. At the very least, it's something more productive than just wandering around the back streets hoping a clue comes into our lap.
What kind of impression do you make on y'all?
A very poor one on me, thank you very much.
He's an awful nice guy.
I've never met him. I can't say, but... And Yuna's eyeing Pryor, given Pryor's reaction towards Lazarus.
He's exceptionally cryptic and knows exceptionally more than you, and he is exceptionally good at making sure you know he knows more than you, and he's not going to tell you.
Oh, shucks. He's just having fun.
And I personally think that that is a cardinal sin.
Alyosha will look over at Merru and Kai, see their reactions.
Like their reactions about Lazarus or the reactions to what Pryor just said?
Yeah.
I mean, Merru doesn't really have much of a strong opinion on Lazarus. I don't think he talked to him that much. like, to be honest, he probably, after meeting him, didn't think much about him. So he kind of just shrugs a little bit. But he does agree that Lazarus wasn't very good at giving straight answers, so.
Well, yeah, that's true. Miix is incredibly complicated and, weirdly shrouded in mystery and family matters have always kind of felt above Kai, and Lazarus was just a piece of that puzzle.
And as you two are mulling over Lazarus, you all, including Alyosha and Yuna, may gain a point of affinity.
Well, y'all have
I
a phone
agree.
around here so we can give him a ring?
Yeah. Pryor will take out the Euro-DBA communication device.
Absolutely. You can
What's
take
that
out.
do, Hickey?
This is a handcrafted gift from one of our comrades. I hope he got out of the T Corp okay. We should probably phone him at some point, but not right now.
You have all not heard from Captain Lev since T Corp.
Yeah,
But
last
I-
time we called him, he was trying to tunnel out under the T Corp border, right?
I don't think
He
that
was.
guy can die. I truly don't.
I'm so glad. I'm so glad. At the moment, you all have more pressing things to contact.
Yeah.
But for now, let's just hope Captain Lev is doing okay. I'm glad you believe he can't die, Kai.
Well, give me that thing and let me see if I can't ring him up.
Pryor will hand the tablet over.
Beep, boop, boop, beep, beep, boop, boop, boop.
Is Alyosha making those noises in character? Is that happening?
Please say yes.
Sure.
It's okay. I'm just
Yeah.
asking.
Sure, she is.
Yuna's eyeing her.
Yeah.
Yuna has something about backstreeters on the tip of their tongue, but they're being so polite and holding their tongue.
Good.
Pryor is waiting for the... Pryor sits back in the chair and crosses his legs, and he goes, "Do you mind putting it on speaker, just so we can all hear?"
Yeah.
And as you go to put it on speaker, there are a couple rings before you hear a text-to-speech voice speak. It reads out a list of coordinates that all of you can hear, and it's very, very fast. There's a long string of them. You all catch the location being in J Corp's district before there's a beep and the line cuts.
Did I catch that?
I think you need to call the number again.
It was a single use.
What do you mean single?
Oh, it was a... Did y'all write that down?
No.
I
Send it-
Can
I'll
we
ask you
roll
as a
to
player,
determine
did
if
we-
we remembered this?
yes, Alyosha.
Did we catch that?
I will say, unfortunately, none of
no.
you were prepared to write it down, I believe, unless one of you had a piece of paper. Pryor, your perfect memory would have worked, if not
But
for
I don't
the fact...
have it anymore.
Yep. And Yuna just kind of startles and says, "Shit, why didn't you tell us it was a single use?" Or did you and I missed that?
I did. I just thought you'd answer the damn thing.
Yes, I was expecting a... Shit.
From the front of the vehicle, You all hear Pascal beeping out a code before it goes silent again.
Did Pascal hear that from here?
You're
Wait.
not sure, Kai.
Yuna, Pascal
yes.
is recording.
Pascal, can you repeat that? And Pascal beeps out in Morse code the directions as Yuna just puts a hand to their chest and says, "Thank the wings," and turns back to everyone and says, "Here." And Yuna writes it down, and it is a location in J Corp's back streets, the back streets of District 10.
I reckon that thing up there probably just saved our asses just now.
Thank Miix for one thing, and that's Pascal.
See, I was going to take some of the credit for Pascal, but Miix really is the reason that drone is even here. I don't think I've ever asked you all how you managed to... Never mind. Yuna just kind of shakes their head as they look back over at the front seat where Pascal is.
She calls it Pascal?
Yeah. Is that name important to her?
Just name of the dog that Miss Leonis used to have.
Oh. Huh.
I thought she just made the name up.
I also thought she made the name up. I mean, I guess it makes sense. I know the wealthier... I mean, there's poor members of the nest, too, that have animals, but that's part of the reason there's so many fixer missing pet cases. I guess it makes sense that a rich family would have been able to have...
Well, that aside...
Yuna's just kind of mumbling to themselves. You can cut them off as they're just kind of speaking aloud.
Well, that aside, got coordinates. Let's, make like a herd of turtles and split.
I think you're making up sayings.
Do turtles do that?
Is
Can
that
I
a
really
thing?
not know?
I have seen a turtle before, but it had a giant trash cannon, fused to its back.
Let's just go. Drive over there.
And would you all like to head towards the coordinate?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. You all do need to give Pascal some coordinates, I imagine, in order to find where it needs to go. Now, the fastest route to J Corp would be through K Corp. However, managers, do any of you bring this fact up? Or do you all remember Yuna's PowerPoint presentation?
Yeah, no. Pryor is going to say, Pryor remembers two things. One, he says, Yuna, we're going to need your help to get us through the borders. But also, two,
Yes, I know
Yuna,
she would.
we're going to have to take the long way around to J Corp.
Oh, right. Yes,
We can't cut through K Corp with Yuna with us.
Yep, you remember what Alfonso told you all, which is don't let me see them alive in K Corp ever again. Which means you all will need to drive through L Corp to E Corp to D Corp to get to J Corp, which is gonna take you all about a week on the road. Rather than a couple of days.
Okay, let's start driving.
Absolutely. Yuna will put in the coordinates for Pascal, making doubly sure to make it very clear, do not go through K Corp. And real quick, I'm also just going to need to make a roll to make sure that you all can get through the border all right. That's just going to be a tech. That's going to be an understanding. Do any of you have tech that you can add to Yuna's dice pool?
Yes,
You do? Awesome.
I have one.
You have one? All right. Do any of you have tech? The rest of you?
No.
Nope.
All right. Lovely. A success crit. Yuna is busy away with their tablet and says, all right, thankfully, due to the fact that Miix has gotten you all past the borders before, it wasn't as difficult as it would otherwise be. But you're all welcome. We should be able to pass through any nests without issues. And with that, you all are able to get on the road. Pascal is in the driver's seat. So it will be focused on that. Yuna will say, I can take over at times to make sure that the driving goes smooth as well, since I don't think we should have Pascal on 24/7 driving duty. And unless any of you decide to ask for Yuna specifically, they're going to basically be manning Pascal or sleeping most of the time, and they will also change out of their ego gear. For the rest of you, I should ask, are there any scenes you all would like to have with each other while you are on the road?
I mean, what does Alyosha get up to, I guess, while we're all doing our normal routines around the RV?
I think that...
I was gonna say, I wasn't sure she just finds a place to sit down and chills out.
Not at all. Alyosha is a butler, and not only that, she is next in line to be a chief butler. As the managers plus one are driving, a couple things happen. First of all, clean. Super clean. Everything is being cleaned out. Laundry is being done. All that sort of thing. And y'all can tell it's like work of a pro. Probably Kai's the best to judge any of that. But she's done this hundreds, thousands of times. In fact, Mr. DM?
Yes.
May I show off her passive?
Absolutely. As you're cleaning, I won't ask you to roll, because you are able to, thanks to your to live to serve to the end, keep the house clean. It would be a challenge free, honestly, to clean up the RV, and you're able to do so. All of the managers can restore, as well as Yuna, all of them can restore all of their sanity at the end of a day of rest, as you're all driving without issue. And all of you, are able to just continue driving along as Alyosha cleans.
To keep that going, again, she takes care of all that. The smell of smoke, that's completely gone. Everything is neatly organized. It looks like before you'd be kind of embarrassed to bring people in, kind of a mess, especially after a while. But Alyosha's able to turn it almost brand new, except for things that are literally impossible for her to scrub out and clean out without any kind of special tool. All that easily done. Merru. May I say something, Merru, in terms of cooking?
Sure.
Alyosha is an amazing sous chef. Now, at first, perhaps there was a fear that she might try and take over all the cooking responsibilities, but she actually doesn't. And I will say, Merru, if allowed in the kitchen with him, she will treat him with the utmost respect that one would expect a head chef to be treated. She says, yes, chef, to anything that Merru asks of her. She listens to orders. She doesn't try to do anything that you wouldn't allow. All that, it is something she just does.
I think Merru would hesitantly agree.
I imagine the two of you are in the kitchen, given you're making everyone meals every day, right? Unless you decided to not make Prior a meal for a little bit.
No, he's still cooking for everyone.
Yay! Actually, okay. Wait. If the two of them are doing chef and sous chef duties, I do have one question. That is, does Merru stop Prior from begging Does Merru stop Prior from begging Alyosha for scraps?
Well, absolutely.
Okay, Alyosha is beset then by Prior constantly floating around the kitchen, looking like the saddest, wettest, most kicked dog of all time to ever exist. He is staring at Alyosha with eyes that are so ancient and so hungry and so full of this intense, deeply seated sadness that they cry out for a resolution, for a crumb, for a drop, for a meager bowl of thin soup, please. And he just goes, it's fine if there's no food. I was just asking and wondering if there were any scraps that would otherwise be disposed of. I wouldn't need much. I'm fine. I'm good. I will survive to the next meal. My hunger can be sated by drinking a nice cold cup of water and laying down to rest my bones and conserve my energy until the next meal. It will be okay. I will simply retire and make sure that I do not burn any more calories than absolutely necessary.
No.
How do you both
Damn.
react?
How? Yeah, Merru, to be clear, you can absolutely you have any dots of insight. You can tell that Prior is laying it on thick to see if he could exploit a vulnerability in Alyosha.
I think when Merru hears that, he kind of just like will kind of click his tongue and just go, don't listen to him. He does this shit all the time.
I do it all the time because I need food. I hunger. I'm hungry.
You're always hungry.
And I'm always hungry.
Yeah, so
He just
learn
said
to deal with it.
I'm always hungry.
Yeah, you can learn to deal with it. Don't feed him.
Feed me.
No.
Damn it! Prior says, and he goes and he flops down on the couch. And Prior sulks on the couch with his arms crossed over his chest, puffing his cheeks out as he goes. It's fine. I can wait. I think once Prior realizes that he's not gonna get food out of Alyosha. Okay, I do have a question for you, Alyosha.
Yeah, what's up?
I mean this in the truly most benevolent way I can. If not food, how butlery can Prior get Alyosha to act? Because Prior will ask Alyosha to wait on him if it is something that she seems willing to do.
Probably within reason.
Within reason. Is a shoulder massage within reason?
Probably, yeah.
Perfect. Prior is to everyone else. Prior is absolutely abusing the fact that this is the 5 towel incident all over again. As soon as he realizes he can ask Alyosha to just do things for him, and she will, he is absolutely going to be at every moment Alyosha is not doing something, being like, my back is sore, my bones are tired, my neck is cramped.
Is this like throughout multiple days, or is this just like something that you've started doing now?
It slowly ramps up throughout the trip as Prior realizes he can get away with more and more.
I think at some point, I might have, if Alyosha doesn't seem like she's going to kill Prior for all of the back massages, he will hesitantly, after seeing this happen a good handful of times, since this seems to be something she's okay with, Kai will kind of gesture towards his arm that holds the claw that's longer than his torso, and he'll say, I don't mean to be a bother or anything, but if you're giving out free massages, I do carry around a weapon that is like half my weight, pretty much constantly. So if there's any time that you're available.
Alyosha is the greatest woman I've ever met in my life, discounting those who I have met previously who are special to me in other ways, because I've become aware of the fact that I must specify that my emotions in the moment are spoken with honesty and truth of the current situation. Oh, my back has never felt better. You're so good at this.
Well, yeah, so whenever you're done.
Kai, please, you have to, Alyosha. You have a gift. I think that your hands are magic.
Not really. I just learned a lot.
Prior melts into the couch and he seems satisfied.
And I should ask, as you all continue on, are there any other interactions you all would like to have with one another in the RV as you're traveling? Like mentioned before, I imagine that Yuna's occasionally checking in on all of you when Yuna isn't driving the RV, and Yuna does take note of how nice the RV looks and just kind of gives Alyosha an approving nod from across the room.
I think we're ready to reach J Corp.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And as you all do continue on, you all can reach where J Corp is. I'm just gonna roll to see how long it takes you all and how smooth the trip is. With Pascal's driving, that's gonna be, it would be intuition technology for the programming that was done for it. All right, 5 successes. Yeah, it's a fairly nice trip. And then for when Yuna takes over, that's gonna be reflex drive. 3 successes. You don't run into any issues on the drive there. Yuna's a much more defensive driver than Miix is, however. And you're all going a lot slower than you would otherwise. And as...
Prior has actually gotten very frustrated that he doesn't hear the sound of Yuna swearing from the front as he's so used to Miix doing constantly. Like, every time he sees a car cut them off and Yuna basically goes, oh, that's fine, he dies a little bit inside.
Yeah, that's kind of the thing, because Yuna hesitates at parts to just let cars go past them all. And as you all keep traveling along, you are able to make it to J Corp and the meeting place. And so, I should ask, when you all get there, is there anything you all would like to do before you're headed into the meeting?
Not really, no.
I mean, Prior is going to ask Alyosha a question, which is, you've known Lazarus for a long time, yeah?
Yeah, what about it?
Just, are you sure he's on our side?
Yes, I am.
All right. You've proven yourself trustworthy so far. You take the lead.
And Alyosha will.
Absolutely. And you all can head out into J Corp's street. It's been a while since you've all been here and out in this area. And as you all disembark the RV, Yuna is kind of hiding behind you, Merru, I imagine. They're sort of looking around as if expecting she assassins to be around any corner. And they're just kind of whispering like, are we sure about this guy? I mean, I trust the butler's judgment, but...
Lazarus hasn't tried to steer us wrong before. I guess we have no reason to believe he will now.
Yuna looks over at you, Prior, and just says, I suppose so.
Let's just keep going.
Nowhere else to go but forward.
And as you all step forward, you see a man waiting in the alleyway. There is a mask covering his face, and he steps out of the shadows. You all recognize that cloak with what you now know is the Leonis house's symbol on it.
So, good to see you again, Lazarus.
When you speak to him, he lowers the mask and says, Prior, it's been a little bit, hasn't it?
Prior tries not to say not long enough and instead just smiles.
Lazarus looks over the rest of you present there, and his eyes do soften when he sees you, Alyosha.
Mitya, or Lazarus,
Alyosha. And he does the little finger guns to you and then says, all right, into the RV. And Lazarus is not waiting for an invitation. He starts just heading into your vehicle, unless any of you try to stop him.
Prior doesn't. He just gives a sarcastic, sure, make yourself at home.
Oh, I will. And do you all...
stand this guy.
Would you all like to follow him into the RV?
I mean, I'd rather that than just let him go in by himself.
yeah.
Absolutely. You all are parked in a spot where you will not get a parking ticket this time. And Lazarus has already made himself at home on the couch. As he just kind of looks at you and says, all right, what's going on?
Prior looks towards Alyosha as if unsure if she wants to take the lead or if they should.
Well, so, how have you been?
He just sort of stares up at the little drone hovering around at that, and he says, "Oh, you know, around."
Still playing the game?
He looks to you, Prior, and he says, "Never stopped."
I'm sure you know more than we know, but Miix is gone. Mr. S said or did something to her. It seems from what Alyosha says, all the butlers are congregating towards her, and we have no idea where she is. We have no idea what's happening, and we have no idea how any of this is connected to anything else. All we know for certain is that Miix is in trouble, and Miix is taken the role of her father before her.
Anything else?
We met Alyosha.
Alyosha raises her hand.
Lazarus's smile widens a bit at that, and he says, "Good. Well, I've already known all of that. And I should let you all know, I've tracked down the estate that Caden's currently residing in."
And you knew we were looking for it.
Yep, and he gives you the finger guns, Prior.
And you've known the whole time that we were looking for that. And you knew that from the moment we started explaining, but you just had to have us explain it first, right?
Well, how'd you think Alyosha found you all?
Is this all a game to you?
Isn't it to you?
Lazarus.
I'll stop messing with the old man, Alyosha. And he sort of leans forward a bit as he says, "Listen."
Oh?
Oh. Right, you wouldn't know. Did you not tell her, Prior? And Lazarus looks over at you.
My age was not, in my opinion, a relevant point of information that needed to be expounded on. But yes, I have an excellent skincare routine. Let's just leave it at that.
That's certainly a way to describe it.
Look. You frustrate the hell out of me.
Thank you.
And I know... I am calm. I am calm. You frustrate the hell out of me. But... despite what some people seem to believe, I do care about Miix, and I want her to be okay.
Lazarus?
Can you give me a straight answer? You can frustrate me with all the extraneous details, but when we are talking about saving Miix, can you please give something akin to at least a curved answer if you can't do a straight one?
Lazarus does lean forward a bit at that, Prior. sitting up from where he was lounging on the couch. And he says, I can tell you all that Kane is in one of the Leonis manors located in S Corp. Old Nat's already reached her at this point, as have most of the butlers. I expect that man to be there with her, the one you all call Mr. S. And I know that Leon already knows and is already mobilizing his own forces. Is that a curved enough answer for you, Prior?
Thank you. That got me at least a place to go. Look. Is Miix okay?
He does hesitate for a moment. And then he glances over to where Pascal is hovering, just kind of watching the drone with his eyes as he says, that remains to be seen.
Fair play. S Corp. Shit, I don't even think I've ever been there before.
I wouldn't recommend it usually. And Yuna, up to this point, has been pretty quiet, but is sort of just staring over to Lazarus and just kind of pipes up and says, S Corp has, well, I mean, I don't know much about S Corp compared to the other nests, but they have their own caste system of sorts, shall we say.
Right. Well, I don't think we're in a position to take on a wing, but it sounds like they might just be hiding out at the estate. Maybe we'll get lucky. Lazarus, what are the chances the entire wing comes down on us?
Very unlikely, unless all of you decide to do something very stupid.
That remains to be seen. Shit. All right, well.
I don't think that's
Who
a
else?
future that will come to pass, but...
Who... Why'd you say it like that, man? Who else knows where Miix is?
Well, I've already told you, if you were listening, and he just kind of taps the side of his head as he says,
Anyone else?
besides those mentioned. Lazarus is actually quiet for a moment before he says, shouldn't be anyone other than everyone in this RV. Old Nat and her faction of the butlers. Mr. S. Lord Leonis himself. And Leon and his men.
Okay, fine. We just have to get there before Leon, then. Alyosha, do you know where we're going? I mean, have you ever been to this manor?
Yeah, before, but Alyosha furrows her brow and she sighs. Things got really complicated real fast. Maybe I should explain a little more. Look. There's just 6 of us. right? Me, Lazarus, Merru, Kai, Pryor, and Yuna. Need y'all to understand there's just 6 of us versus an army of butlers, probably some independent mercenaries, and Leon's golden bow hunters. And it gets a little more complicated from there. Remember I was telling y'all about how there's a bit of a schism in the butlers? It's a little more complicated. The butlers are split into 3 factions. First one is the reformists. They're led by me. Like I told Kai earlier, there aren't a lot of us, and they're not going to be able to support us. They follow me, but they're mostly spread throughout the city. Pretty scattered. Then there are the moderates. They're led by a tribunal. They're neutral for the most part. Usually follow people with the most power, which right now is old Nat and Kane. And finally, the traditionalists. They're the ones who are led directly by old Nat, and they're by far the largest. They're completely loyal to her. More so, I suppose, to her title and the current head of the Leonis household. I have no pull with either the moderates or the traditionalists. I'm not officially the next Natalia, so we're up against big odds here. That being said, it's not like we have much of a choice. It's do or die.
Agreed.
We have to do a raid. At least I'm planning on. And I'll take whichever one some of you want to come with me.
Lazarus.
We'll call her.
Oh,
Go
please
ahead.
continue.
We'll be under the banner of, well, let's make it simple. Miix Recovery Team.
Lazarus is leaning back on the couch again. But he just gives a double thumbs up with his arms, looking both unfazed and unsurprised at this. Yuna just sort of grips their weapon a bit tighter as they look around at the other managers and just go, I imagine, I mean, it's not like we have much of a choice but to go. That said, if we are, you do realize we are a former, now disgraced L Corp researcher who doesn't know how to fight, a disgraced big brother, and he looks at you, Pryor, and says, no offense, Pryor.
None taken is an accurate descriptor.
A former escort. He looks over at you, Kai.
Yup.
I
mean, yes.
No, Vina just kind of just shakes their head a little and just goes, a rat. No offense, Merru. That wandering bum. I still don't really know who you are. And Lazarus just sort of looks to Yuna and says, am I getting a no offense? And Yuna just stares back at Lazarus before they turn to Alyosha and say, and a butler cut off from the rest who doesn't seem to have any we can call upon, if I got that right.
Just about.
Listen, I just think we need to take a second to think over everything here. Especially if it's only going to be the 6 of us. And Pascal beeps, and Yuna looks up and says, I'm not including the K Corp drone that isn't suited for combat. Listen, this is a house, even a fallen house like the Leonis household. It's not a single strong individual. It's not someone like that big brother, Berg. And he looks over to you, Merru, and to you, Prior, and says, it's not going to be like your son back in District 21, or a couple of very skilled assassins like those she back in District 10. I mean, even back in District 23, the web was isolated to a small corner of the back streets. It had a strong but small elite fighting force and a few incredibly strong individuals. The people we're dealing with here, these are people with endless wealth and resources, with influence across the city, despite being a fallen house. The fact they are fallen will likely dissuade S Corp from wanting to get involved. However, we can't rule out that they might have the power to call upon a wing, or at least contracts from the wing, if they so desire, to intervene.
Prior is nodding his head and goes, we've always been exceptionally skilled at dealing with small-scale, elite-on-elite combats. And while Merru is exceptionally good at fighting foes well beyond his numbers, Prior doesn't say Merru has limitations. It's fairly well implied that Merru understands that.
Yes.
Alyosha's been deep in thought in this entire conversation, and finally she says, look, I know we can't raid an estate with just 6 people. There's someone else who has similar goals to us. I really wanted to avoid this. It's not like I got a choice. I'm calling Leon.
And I think with that, we will call an intermission here. We'll be back in 15 minutes. And I hope you're all excited for what is in store next. Welcome back, everyone, for the next part of the session. And Alyosha called Leon and arranged for a meeting with him and the Golden Bow Hunters. You all made your way to Leon's stronghold. It looks like it was one of J Corp's old pawn shops that has been converted into a base of operations. The outside is heavily fortified. And it was thanks to Alyosha's influence that you all have managed to get inside for an attendance with him. As from the way his men eyed you, especially that one sniper, you have a feeling entering unwelcome would end with you shot. And that this day still could. You all are gathered around a table together. The atmosphere in the room is incredibly tense, and the place is packed. Lazarus has his mask on. If he is at all bothered, he isn't showing it to any of you. Yuna is incredibly nervous. You can tell they do not want to be here and are keeping as close as they can to the rest of you, trying to avoid eye contact with any of the Golden Bow Hunters or Leon himself. And how do each of you feel about this plan to get Leon on your side and being here in Leon's base of operation? And we'll begin with you, Prior.
Prior feels this weight creeping up the back of his spine. The massages are long forgotten as he stands in this tense atmosphere. Leon was an enemy last time they met, and frankly, he still is. But Prior can't deny that they are potentially out of options. And Prior has many times in his life had to pick between a bad ally and a worse outcome. And in some strange way, Leon might be their only way of getting to Miix in one piece. Though he's not sure what Alyosha's plan is, if when we get there, it becomes a shootout between us and them. Even so, they managed to get in alive. He's just trying to make sure he keeps one eye on the exit in case them getting out alive becomes a different story.
Absolutely. You can keep one of your eyes on the exit, Prior. You did hear, when you entered, the familiar...
Hello?
Signaling that you are in danger in this place. But no one has made a move yet. And Merru, I should ask, how are you holding up? How do you feel about this plan and being in here?
I mean, Merru doesn't feel the most confident ever. That's for sure. He doesn't like having to see Leon or his little bow hunters again, especially after what almost happened to him the first time. And he's especially worried because Yuna's with them. So I think that's just like an extra thing that he's trying to like keep an eye on. Is like making sure that nothing happens to Yuna while they're in this place. Since again the last time they had Yuna coming with them, it did not go well. So he's definitely tense and on edge, but he's able to keep like a calm and serious demeanor about himself.
Absolutely. You can see that Yuna's sort of clinging to you, Merru. They're definitely holding on to your cloak that you wear. And
Merru will let them.
Absolutely. They will continue to hold on to it then. As, hi, we go to you. And how are you feeling about this plan? And seeing Leon again?
Leon did not make the world's best first impression on the group of them. However, any semblance of a plan is better than no plan. And at the very least, looking around at a group of people, the fact that there are any more numbers than they have is kind of the ideal. I think Kai is taking this about as well as he could be, considering his relative distrust of the people around him.
Absolutely. And you can see that there are definitely much more of them than there are of you all here. You know they're also outside this place as well, in case you all try to make a run for it. And then we should go to you, Alyosha, and how you're feeling seeing this man again that you reached out and contacted.
There are too many. It's just a lot to take in, you know? There isn't a lot to say about how she feels without going into why. I think she just feels conflicted, and there's a lot buried underneath that she's shoving down.
Absolutely. And as you try to shove down those feelings, Leon surveys the room. His gaze lands on the three of you managers. I didn't expect us to meet under these circumstances. Or ever, really. After that first time. I've been saving that bullet. And his eyes look to the fourth among those of you in ego gear as his gaze lands on Yuna. And he says, "You're wearing ego and smell like you're from the back streets, but from the way you talk and carry yourself, I can tell you're a Nestborn. Where'd you get fucked from, Cheddar?" And his gaze pins Yuna beneath it, who tries to hide behind you, Merru. Yuna's mouth glued shut before Leon looks to Lazarus. And his lip curls a bit, while Lazarus's own expression is hidden by his mask. "You again." And Lazarus just sort of holds up his hands in an almost playful gesture as he says, "Been a while." And they seem to almost be locked in a stare down until Leon is the first to break it, his eye twitching. And then he takes a breath and says, "So." And he reaches for his glass of whiskey, takes a swig, and sets it down on the table, turning his full attention to you, Alyosha. What do you want?
Might I ask, was Alyosha given a drink?
You were, Alyosha. If you asked for one, you would be given one. And even if you didn't, Leon had them bring a drink to you.
Gotcha. Her nerves are crazy right now. So I think she takes a deep breath and she'll take a swig from her own glass just to calm her nerves. We both know the state of the game right now. So let's cut to the chase. I want to work together.
Silence settles over the room. Leon is quiet. He leans back and crosses his leg, never taking his eyes off of you, Alyosha. You want to work together. You know what I want, don't you?
Of course I know what you want. You want my best friend dead.
Leon swipes his thumb on his nose and leans forward again. Let me tell you something. That person isn't your best friend anymore. Even if they were, it wouldn't matter. This is someone that needs to die. And I will stop at nothing to reach my goal. From where I'm standing, you and yours are standing in the way of my goal. So why should I work with you? And I should ask, do any of you try to say anything or speak up during this meeting?
Ooh. Pryor does look like he's going... You know what? Pryor will take like a half step forward.
I think Alyosha will just raise her hand as if she's basically motioning for y'all to just keep quiet for a bit and let her do the talking, if Pryor will allow her.
You know what? In a moment of that same sort of emotion he had when he was asking Lazarus to be serious, Pryor actually shuts his mouth, gives a nod, and lets Alyosha take this one.
Because we need each other. All men in the world, but I know even you with all these people here don't stand a lick of a chance without some sort of revenge on the battlefield.
Leon brings his hands together and cocks his head to the side as he says, "So, what do you suggest?"
We both know the layout of the mansion, or the manor, that is. Let's do a pincer attack. Y'all go in from the front, we go in from the rear.
He raises an eyebrow at that and says, "So you're using us as bait?"
Don't act like you're not doing the same thing. We'll use each other's blood to forward our own goals.
At this point, there's another extended silence before Leon leans back in his chair and grabs a box from the table beside it. He pulls out a cigar and lights it, takes a drag, and blows smoke. And as the smoke drifts up top in a haze, he finally takes his eyes off Alyosha to stare at the smoke for a moment, and then looks back down. You've certainly changed.
Don't expect me to act cordial with a bastard who cut my legs off.
His mask slips for a moment at that. You can see his eyes filled with regret and sorrow, but then the mask quickly comes back up. All right, we'll play ball. Do you remember the traditions?
Like I'd ever forget.
Leon pulls out a knife he was keeping on him and pricks his thumb. He takes a point of red damage and he'll toss it across the table to you, Alyosha.
Alyosha will go ahead and do the same.
And then he'll lean forward. He seems to be waiting for you to lean forward as well, as he's outstretched his hand, raising the thumb for you to press yours against his.
She'll do the same.
And you two make an old-fashioned Leonis pact. All right. You have your pact. And he leans back in his seat and raises 2 fingers. His index and his middle. 2 weeks. We move in 2 weeks. Whether you're there or not depends solely on you.
Alyosha will take a moment and then say, fine. And she'll grab her glass, down the rest of the drink, slam it down on the table, and stand up and turn to leave with everyone else.
They'll let you leave. The Golden Bow Hunters do part if you all go to stand. But Leon will call out to you and say, Alyosha.
What?
If left to his own devices, that man will destroy the city. Don't forget that. And would the 6 of you like to leave?
Yep.
Friar looks back at Leon, curiosity in his gaze, but he doesn't think he's being welcome here anymore, so he is not going to sit around.
You look to Leon, and he's not looking at you, Prior. He's staring ahead, smoking his cigar.
Prior will take his exit.
Wonderful. Kai, Merru, do either of you have any things to say or any thoughts as you leave this place?
Not really. I mean, I think Merru will follow the others, making sure that, he probably honestly, like, make sure that Yuna is still close to him just in case they try anything funny, which he doesn't think they will, but you never know. Always be safe.
Yuna's clinging to your cloak. Yuna has not let go of it since the 2 of you have entered this room.
I think Kai will... You know, I know that Merru is protecting Yuna very valiantly, but I think from behind, he will follow in the back, so that perhaps they'll feel more secure between 2 people.
Yuna does seem to relax a little, knowing that you're behind them as well, Kai. They are not looking at any of these bow hunters. And as you all file out and exit, you are able to head back to the RV together. And the moment you enter back in, Lazarus takes off the mask.
Yeah. Damn it. Fuck! And Alyosha will uncharacteristically kick as hard as she can into the air, making sure not to hit anything, but she looks like a bundle of nerves right now.
Well, that was something. something to be sure.
Yuna has pretty much collapsed on one of the beds, I imagine, just shaking a little. They are still holding their weapon, and it looks like the sinews of Syrinx and the parts of Lantern have begun to crawl up the side of their face.
Is that supposed to do that?
It's defined supposed to. It does it sometimes for all of our outfits, but it's not supposed to. Yuna, you might wanna...
Yes, give me a moment. Yuna, runs past you, just whispers, "Can I go into your bathroom, Merru?"
Yeah, go ahead.
Yuna's gonna go get changed out of the ego in there, leaving the rest of you for a moment. Together, Lazarus has flopped down on the couch and looks unperturbed.
Played us like a damn fiddle.
It seemed that... Why would he wait so long? Is he gonna try and beat us to the punch? I mean, several weeks out.
No, it's nothing like that. I know Leon. He wouldn't do anything like that.
Lazarus pipes up, so he just raises a hand and goes, "He won't. We got 2 weeks." And kind of holds up the same 2-finger gesture, but it's more like a peace sign than anything else, from where he's sitting on the couch, and then says, "Sorry, you were saying, Alyosha."
Atia, why didn't you say anything to Vanya? Why didn't you say anything to Leon?
He kind of just rolls his head back, like he's leaning back so he doesn't have to meet your eyes, and he just says, Vanya and I, let's just say we didn't have the great last meeting, or the last meeting before that.
I'm being serious. Fine, you know what?
And he does actually straighten up as he looks you in the eyes, straightening his back, and he says, "I am too, Alyosha."
I know, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
Nah, you're good. He cracks a smile at you and just kind of waves his hand, and he says, "Anything I would have said there would have just made it worse. Trust me. You were the only one who could have gotten through to him."
Agree, I don't think he was too keen on seeing the rest of us. That was terrifying.
Yes, so.
Well, I suppose we have extra time, if nothing else.
Yeah, we do.
At this point, Yuna's peeked their head back into the room, and looks out at all of you and just says, right, that was horrifying. Are you okay, by the way? Yuna looks over to you, Alyosha, and seems to be trying to look everywhere but at your legs as they say, What was all that about your legs?
Alyosha looks a little surprised, and then she looks to the side, definitely not meeting anyone's gaze, and she says, "Long story.
Is it one you want to share, or?"
She looks over to Lazarus, and then ruffles the back of her hair and says, "Guess there ain't point in not telling y'all, but
We will probably figure it out anyway.
Lazarus
Arbiter
sees you.
was.
Yeah, he just nods
Go
his
ahead.
head. He just Lazarus sees you looking at him and just nods his head. It's pretty clear he doesn't. There's a serious, more grim look in his eyes at this, and it's clear he's not going to intervene whether or not you tell them all.
An arbiter was sent to kill the head of the household, but Adam Leonis wasn't killed by an arbiter. The person who killed Adam, the man who started everything, that was Leon.
Prior
Finish. Go
sits
ahead.
back in his chair, and he actually seems to think for a minute, and he goes, interesting. And so
There's
Leon claims to be the one who actually put down Mr. Leonis the first time around.
Doesn't claim to. I know he did. I saw him after he did it. There's a reason that around half the butlers survived after all. Business was done, so Arbor didn't have any reason to stay. Found him right after.
Prior sits back and thinks about it and goes, Arbiter was clearing their way through the property. Leon put the bullet in Adam's head then.
Figure that's about right. I reckon there's more to it, but fact of the matter is I found him and I just saw red. We fought and I lost my legs. Miracle I survived. So I have these prosthetics.
Prior seems to put several things together and goes, now it's all starting to come together. Explains why Leon is the way he is. Explains why he'd be haunted by the idea of the ghost coming back. He's probably lived in fear, if that really was the end or not, since the day it happened.
I still think
he tried to. So you ran into him after the fact, and he sort of looks down and he goes, he cut your legs off.
Not sure why he didn't finish me off then and there. But figure backup came soon enough. Especially old Nat, now that she wasn't busy with the Arbiter. So I figured he had to hightail out of there, or else he'd be the one to get killed next.
Prior nods his head and goes, makes sense. Butler's all rushing into the meat grinder, opened up Adam's inner chamber. Leon saw an opportunity, took it. So you were, I suppose, I don't mean this in an insulting way, but you were loyal to the former head of the Leonis household. What changed?
A lot. So damn much I can't even... Look. We can talk about this another time, but for now, I think we got some more pressing things to answer.
Yeah, sorry. It's just... all the pieces are starting to come together for me. I'm beginning to get a better sense of who all these players are and what exactly they're trying to do. Thank you for indulging me.
Now you, and she'll look over at Lazarus. I think it's time you answer some questions.
He looks to you and grins and says, shoot, and does 2 little finger guns to you.
Why didn't you tell any of us about all this earlier?
When you ask him that, he just kind of hums a bit, and then he says, the stuff about Leon or all the other stuff?
About the whole game. Did you not trust me, or...
Oh, I trust you, Alyosha. That's why I can't tell you.
But why'd you keep quiet about the whole thing for so long?
I was hoping I could avoid to drag others in. I knew Kane would go off on her own if she knew about everything for certain. But I should have known better to think I could avert his script.
Briar perks up and goes, what did you just say?
I should have known better.
The ending part.
He grins at you and says, oh, I know you were asking about that. His script.
I had... Let's not play the pronoun game. You are referring to Adam, yes?
Yep.
What do you mean, script? If you give me the dictionary definition of a script, I am going to strangle. I've dealt with one man who did that to me, and I don't need to deal with another.
He had opened his mouth. Then he shuts it. And then he sort of makes another humming noise as he goes, I guess script isn't exactly the best word for it. His course? His plan? His ideal?
Those all... I'm guessing they're not synonyms.
They are and they aren't.
Thank you. That's so helpful.
You're welcome.
Briar turns to Old Nat. Or not Old Nat, sorry. It turns to Alyosha. Apologies. Too many gnats. He turns to Alyosha and he goes, is he always like this?
Around as long as I've known him, so ever since I was a little kid. So yes?
Yes, okay. Okay. Well. I suppose my next question is, how do you know all this? You're not dressed like a butler. Alyosha hasn't referred to you as such.
Oh, I'm not.
Clearly. Thank you, a straight answer. Then who are you? What?
But I'm masquerading.
What is your relationship to Adam Leonis?
Let's say a collaborator, a colleague. We work together. He needed me, and I needed him.
You never told me what you were, though, before all this.
Oh, that! Yeah! Reindeer from L Corp.
What?
You were what?
Oh yeah, I said I needed him.
Wait, does that mean you're a...
Pryor, like, cocks his head and looks like... Pryor has never dealt with L Corp before. He knows nothing about L Corp other than they are some of the best soldiers that money can buy in the city.
Oh yeah.
So he goes...
Would you all like to make, actually, Pryor, first say what you're going to say, but then would you all like to make a check to see what you know about L Corp?
He goes...
Sure.
The only thing I know is that when they send L Corp soldiers out, they always come back.
And when you ask that, you can make me, before anything else, an understanding high society role. I don't believe any of you are specialized in L Corp, however. You can also make me an understanding city secrets, but you will learn different information from that.
Are you saying all of us are making that roll or just Pryor?
All of you can make that role.
Ooh, okay.
Yuna will make it as well.
You know, maybe I can. What's the challenge?
The challenge is a challenge 6.
Oh wait, and I have 6 dice. Hold on.
Dang.
Listen, I got this. I got this.
I don't suppose my working class... That wouldn't work. These are high... This is...
Understanding.
You know what?
Endless.
I'll give you
take it.
working class.
Cool. And
I should
I'm
also
gonna
say, even
push-
if you fail, you will get a little bit of information, but not much.
Well, that's so close that I have to. And I can't, so it doesn't matter. Dang.
Wait, I got this. Everything is life or death.
This shit's serious.
It's serious.
I was
Listen,
so close. Wait.
Yeah,
there's
all
so
of you
many
have
us
gotten
were so
5
close.
successes so far. You'll be able
That's
to roll together,
crazy.
Merru and Pryor.
yeah. Listen, I
Don't
see
worry.
a role where I can actually use my city secrets, and I'm like, I have to get it.
You know what? Merru, take a +1 dice from Pryor.
Oh my
Pryor
gosh!
Pryor
Yay!
will give you his 1 assist die instead.
Okay.
Absolutely, you can make that roll.
Yay!
That is going to be 6 successes. Pryor, you are helping Merru, I believe. So I will just run through real quick. Yuna, Kai, Alyosha all have base knowledge of L Corp. You all know it is one of the 26 wings of the city. You know that they are mass producers for elite mercenary units. You also know that L Corp fought in the Smoke War, and that they were on the side of L Corp, the now fallen L Corp, aside from your still functioning branch. You don't learn anything more about that, really. You all kind of have base knowledge, like you know L Corp exists, but you don't know much more than that. And of course, you know they're a long-standing business partner of Lobotomy Corporation. Merru. With your 6 successes, 4 city secrets, you know a little bit more than everybody else does. You know the same base information of everybody else. But in addition to that, I would say, you know what you are able to learn? You're able to know that because of R Corp's connection with W Corp, you know that R Corp is known to be able to fill their vacancies in no time. You know that basically, like, when they lose soldiers, they're able to just pump more out. And that they can do so in a very short time frame. You know that the mercenaries of R Corp are rumored to not fear death and to not hesitate to carry out any tasks. You remember, because of R Corp's connection to W Corp, there were some rumors circulating the back streets. There were people who thought that they must be cloning people. There were people who thought that they must be robots, and that R Corp was developing war machines in secret. All of these, as far as you were aware, were rumors that may have had some semblance of truth. But you do remember the guess that most of the people in your area, at least, you know what? Actually, I imagine it was probably Jackson, who one time was talking to you, and mentioned something regarding R Corp. And the other thing I will give you too, Merru, you had your pendant before. Your pendant is broken now. But you do remember seeing a mirror world where there were many Merrus all thrown into a room together, and you watched as they killed and ate each other until one came out.
Sweet. Well,
it was one of the many worlds you witnessed in that pendant. And this man standing before you is claiming to be part of this corporation.
That is good to know. I think from what he knows, hearing Lazarus say that does make him, his eye, you can see his eye kind of widen in surprise. I'm not sure if he needs to like share what he knows with the others, or if like he would say anything or anything like that.
That's up to you, Merru, if you want to share any of that.
Trying to think if Merru even would. You know, I think he'll give Lazarus the opportunity to explain himself if he wants to.
Lazarus is quiet, but he is staring right at you, Merru, with a smile on his face.
Then I guess Merru he'll kind of tilt his head as he's trying to figure out how this guy went from there to, like, with a family like, you know, the Leonis. I know he said he needed the connection, but it's just, this man is one of the men of all time, clearly. But I think if he's quiet, Merru will be quiet, because I don't think there's really a need to really explain a lot unless the others seem particularly curious.
I mean, Prior is deeply intrigued by the secrets of another corporation, but he is holding it back because now is not the time, place, occasion. He realizes he could probably pump Merru for information later.
I will say, Alyosha at this point says,
Yes.
So, is that why he used a fake name?
Well, I don't exactly want them finding me. And, as a former reindeer and an information broker, the fewer who know my true identity, the better. Just because Lord Leonis was able to get rid of those antlers doesn't mean that I'm still not identifiable without the mask.
So he took you in, protected you from the corporation.
He just gives 2 finger guns at you, Prior.
At least that's an answer.
Wait, so... You said you met them all, right? The managers?
Oh, I was gonna say you're gonna need to be a lot more specific about that.
What was it that the thing? You said that something happened. There was an incident, and
Right. All right, if we're talking about the same incident, yes, I've met these well, you all have met me once before. I've seen you all around more often, though.
Right, but where'd you go after that?
It's actually a great question. Prior nods his head.
Well, I had to check up on both Abel and Old Nat's whereabouts.
Abel? Do you know where he is?
Who knows where Abel is?
But are you being serious, or is this another one of your games?
He does actually lean forward at that and kind of cocks his head as he says, I have no clue where Abel might be or where he is. I don't think anyone knows.
Mr. DM, is he being honest?
Would you like to make me a intuition insight check at challenge free?
I have no intuition insight, so I cannot.
Do any of you want to make an intuition insight check?
I do not have insight.
I have a dot if Kai.
I was gonna say.
I forgot Yuna has 9 dice of it. Unless you also
dude,
want to.
can we just assist Yuna with the?
Yeah, how many of you would like to assist Yuna?
I can.
Because, like, from what I can remember, Abel was in the whereabouts of the web, but I have no idea where he is right now. Is that correct, Sina?
Yes, Alyosha, you did visit him in the web. If you'd all like, how many of you have insight? You can add your assist dice to Yuna.
I have insight errors.
I have insight.
Alyosha, Prior, do either of you have insight?
No.
A 7 success crit. Yuna is looking at Lazarus and has been this entire time with his eyes narrowed, and you kind of all hear them mumbling to themselves like, it's not right. Someone shouldn't just be able to leave a corporation. I mean, I guess I left K Corp, and as Yuna's kind of listening to Lazarus, Yuna narrows their eyes more and says, you have no idea where Abel is, do you? And Lazarus sort of just averts his gaze and goes, who knows where Abel might be? And Yuna looks to the rest of you and goes, he has no clue where Abel is. And with percentage success crit, Yuna can confirm Lazarus has no idea where Abel is. He does not know. He, for what it sounds like, Lazarus not only doesn't seem to know where Abel is, he seems to just, like, have lost track of him almost.
Interesting.
Well, I guess that means he at least won't be a wild card.
I wouldn't be too sure about that. I've got no clue where he might be. He was in the web. I saw all of you there.
And what, he just vanished?
I don't know where he went off to.
Well, look, ain't about him anyways. And Alyosha finally puts her hands together and says, at this point, we have to make our way over to the manor that all this is going to happen in. We'll need a train on the way. Train like never before. Make sure we're all ready.
I only get one shot at this.
So, might as well get moving now. No time like the present. How do you make... Pascal?
Beep.
Can you please drive us?
Pascal lets out a beep and then slowly, begrudgingly listens to you.
Auntie
Oh, so it's
Alyosha
personal
appreciates it.
Don't humanize that drone. It doesn't need it anymore.
I do agree with Pryor. I don't think that drone should be humanized. Beep! 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 It flies right over to you, Pryor. And then it turns around and goes back to the wheel.
Pryor flinches like full on body.
Well, let's just make our way over. Like I said, we need to do some training on the way. I'm kind of rusty. I haven't fought in a while, so...
And... managers... you all... can... spend your days training if you'd like in the RV. It's pretty cramped in there. It's not going to take you a full 2 weeks to get to S Corp from J Corp, but you are able to, carry on, go about your business. Unless any of you have any scenes you would like to do during the duration of the trip, you are at a point where hooligans and rats aren't going to be a huge issue for you. If any of them try to accost the vehicle, at this point, you're able to get around them. Like, you don't run into any more roadblocks or issues like that. But you can let me know if any of you would like to talk to anyone. You can talk to each other. You could talk to Yuna or Lazarus. Both of them are present in the RV.
Pryor is going to grab Alyosha quickly.
Oh, sure.
Thank you. That's not something I say very often, so understand that.
For what?
Listen, I won't drag you into all the coworker drama that there is, but I don't always get along with Miix. Kane, however you want to refer to her. We've had our tiffs, we have our differences. She thinks I'm a tyrannical, raging narcissist, and I think that she is...
Kind of a
I
dork.
hope... I think that she suffers from an acute and fatal case of understanding the problem, but desperately hoping the solution is something other than the conclusion she's reached. So yes, a dork.
I've known her for years, ever since we were kids. She's always been bleeding heart, a little bit of a narcissist, to be honest. Got a little bit of a messiah complex. You know, such and such. But she means well.
I was going to say that's when I first got to know her, I thought her and I were very similar, as those are all words I have had used to describe me before. But she's different. She is. I can't tell if it's that cynicism didn't touch her heart in the same way it did mine, or if she's just more dedicated to not settling. But she's good people. She has the kind of worldview that, though I don't know if the city needs more of, it's good that the city has. So, thank you for coming and giving us a hand and a chance to rescue her. I wouldn't want something bad to happen to her. We've lost a lot of people on this journey. I wouldn't want her to be among those, you know?
Yeah. I mean, I appreciate that. I care for her a lot, you know. She might be a bit of a dork. She might be a bit of a dweeb. She's lame. She had a nightlight till she was 12.
Wait, hold on, really?
She slept in her mom's bed till she was like way too old, and then slept in Abel's bed till she was 10. She went around reading books and stuff all day, and then the next day she tried to write up her own fan fiction for it. She cried whenever she got even so much as a bruise on her skin. She super picky about food and cried when people tried to feed her peas. So on and such. She's also my best friend. Care about her a lot. And I'm hoping I can smack some sense into her. Finally get her on the right path again. Don't tell her I told you any of that, or else she'll kill me.
My lips are sealed, and I am better at keeping a secret than I let on. Also, you don't need to know this, but in the interest of the fact that we're sharing a heart-to-heart, I am a quasi-immortal entity fueled by the power of a dead relic that was kicked out of the city after an arbiter appeared. You don't need to know any of the details. Miix helped me out of a real tough bind. That's why you actually found... there's a place called the Web. It's a very long story. I'm just letting you know this in the sense of me trying to convey that I trust you enough to say that I am also an outcast of a certain kind, and Miix, though she's smug about it, has helped me out and hasn't left me behind. So I owe her at least that much.
Right. Sure. I guess.
I'm not crazy.
I don't know. It seems to me you might be. Just saying. Sounds like your cornbread ain't done in the middle.
Well, actually, it was done in the middle. I'm a former... You know what? That's not important.
Right. Well, sure, we're working together, and I am... I got y'all's back as long as y'all got mine.
All right. I can work with that.
Yeah. There we go.
Prior nods his head.
And I imagine you two probably go your own ways, unless there's anything else you have to say to each other. I say go your own ways, like you're all not trapped in a cramped RV together. I should ask, is there anything else you'd all like to do? I will say all of you are able to heal any missing health and sanity to full, thanks to Alyosha's passive, as time is passing. And as time does pass, If any of you have anything else you'd like to do, anyone you'd like to talk to, let me know, because you are in an RV for 2 weeks with many people who are not usually in this RV.
Yes.
Oh, you have another one you want to do?
No, that was it. Nope, sorry.
Oh, okay. Okay.
That was a yes, we are in an RV filled with people we are not normally in an RV with.
True. But no, I was gonna say, so considering there are 3 people, well, 2 more than normal, but 3 people who Merru hasn't often, cooked for,
You used
or ever
to cook for Yuna way back when.
Yeah, that's why I said often, because Merru had, but like it's been a while since they've been, because they went to District 23, but that wasn't the longest trip known to man. So it's more like, it's not often that Merru cooks for Yuna anymore, and they haven't been with Alyosha for that long, and Lazarus is brand new. So I think Merru, first he just wanted to double check to make sure no one had any crazy allergies that he has to, keep into account. And I hope Lazarus would not be coy about if he's allergic to like strawberries or something stupid.
Oh no, he absolutely is. If you try to ask Lazarus whether he's allergic to something, he will just look to you and he'll say, who knows?
Well, Merru would say, well, I guess one of us is gonna find out.
I guess one of us will.
Well, and if this man tries to poke around in the kitchen, he does get kicked out. I need to make that clear.
He absolutely is. I imagine you have to deal with Prior coming into the kitchen occasionally, unless you can correct me if I'm wrong. Prior.
Has Prior been good?
Yeah, has he been good?
Prior's being good for once because he doesn't want Merru to have to play Five Nights at Freddy's in the kitchen, but also because he's focused on...
Wonderful. Yes, Merru, Lazarus is kind of like rubbing his hands together, and he will be coming around the kitchen, eyeing what you're making.
Oh my god, no. Merru, he can, you see his, horns flash once, and he goes, out. He's not even looking at Lazarus when he's, he tries to, come into the kitchen. He's just out. This is my kitchen.
He moves a little closer.
Out. If you want food, you're gonna leave this kitchen right now.
He looks like he's deliberating for a second.
I will starve you, and I will count to 3. And if I get to 3, you're getting starved. You can ask Prior. I'll do it.
He holds up his hand and he backs out of the kitchen.
2. Good. Merru will put his hand down. And he will start to get to work on some food if anyone wants to dare poke the bear.
Yuna's not coming in. Yuna's not coming into that kitchen.
Alyosha, is Alyosha allowed in the kitchen?
Alyosha has been allowed in the kitchen, but she is not allowed to touch anything unless Merru specifically tells her to.
Gotcha. I think... Okay, well, actually, you know what? I think as Merru's cooking, Alyosha will pipe up and say, would you like your personal sous chef back again? Seem awful busy.
Merru blinks a few times because I don't really think that he actually knows. He knows that she had offered to help, but I don't think he actually knows what a sous chef is. And so I think he'll just kind of pause what he was doing, and kind of look over at her, not a side eye, he's glaring at her, but just looking at her out of the side, the corner of his vision, and he'll just go, I don't know why you keep saying that. I thought your name was Alyosha.
Oh, well.
Unless that's another. I don't know why everyone here seems to have not real names, but is your name Sous?
Well, no, it's in higher end kitchens. That's sort of your second in command. You know, there's the head chef, which is you, and then there's a sous chef. Sous means
was there, like,
under, so it's
Oh.
like I'm your second in command. You're under chef.
Okay, so there wasn't like a famous chef named Sue, and now they're all named after them.
No.
Okay. And Merru will nod his head, like he's kind of understanding. And oh,
That's actually why I was saying yes, chef, to a lot of, to when you allowed me to help you earlier, getting like stuff from the pantry.
I see. Well, and Merru will stare down at his the food that he has, like the ingredients, and he'll go, so on a scale of 1 to 10, how good do you think you are at being my assistant?
I'd say I say this objectively and with full confidence that I think I'm doing an excellent job. I would say that at the moment, though, I cannot give myself a definitive rating aside from, I think 5 right now. I'm
5.
5 out of 10. But it's only because I'm not doing anything that nobody else could do. You know? Pryor or Kai or Kane or Miix, even Lazarus, they could all do anything that I'm doing right now, which occasionally handing you stuff from the pantry.
I mean, you should give yourself a little bit more credit. I think if I had Pryor doing what you're doing, he'd eat half the food before it got to my hand.
Maybe. But my point is, I'm not doing anything super special. But I would love to help you in more things than just that. But I'd rather not overstep, and you have a pretty good handle on things after all.
I do.
I think, though, if I were to help you cook, I think maybe I would have a couple different spins on it than the way you do it right now. I reckon there's a couple different techniques I'd use. But, well, a lot of the stuff I've learned are stuff I learned from videos online.
Videos online is how you learned your stuff? I mean...
Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff, information online if you look for it. Lots of different techniques, recipes, how to make things last even longer than they normally last, or how to get the most out of every dollar you get. I mean, there are even videos that are dedicated to getting $10 meals and stuff like that.
I mean, I think I'm pretty good at doing that already. I've learned plenty of that just from my own life. I probably could make those videos myself.
Yeah, and well, that might be fun, but...
Well, I'm not actually going to, but...
Well, they're mostly fun to watch, if anything. And sometimes you do learn something that's actually kind of useful.
They're
Do you mind if... Yeah. Do you mind if I show you one?
There's a long pause before Merru, kind of like as like in a gesture, he'll like nod his head over to the end of the counter and goes, "My tablet's open if you want to go find something, I guess."
Yeah, well, here. Do you mind if I show you then? Come over closer, or...
Yeah, you can bring it over here. I just put it there so it wouldn't get... I don't want to keep my tablet too close to, like, when I'm putting all my food together.
Yeah, here, let me show you. And, Alyosha will go ahead and show her, like, this playlist that she usually shares, or she usually watches a bunch of different, like, sort of food content, mostly cooking videos, but that sort of thing. So, see here, Yeah, this one. It's pretty fun, right? I mean, look, you don't normally you wouldn't think you get that much flavor, but a lot of it comes down to just reusing stuff, and well, that's the name of the game when you're a chef, is just reuse stuff, unless you're in really high-end places. But I think it's really important to be self-sufficient too.
I agree with that.
So reusing all the juices and stuff, that sort of thing. I mean, stuff that you probably know already just from what I've seen, but there's some new ways too.
Interesting. And Merru will kind of like lean forward a little bit towards the tablet, and he'll just go, I mean, it's like crazy quality. People really put time into videos like this. I don't watch stuff, but that's, and Merru can't bring himself to say that he finds it interesting. So instead he goes, that could be certainly helpful.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely recommend just watching these and seeing what you can learn. If nothing else, it's good for studying.
That's true. Could be something to pass the time, so I'm not just like staring at a wall. And Merru, he actually, this seems like he's a little more chilled out. Because before he had been very like stern when he was like telling her what to do. And he'll kind of point at the tablet and he goes, well, put another one on while I get this stuff going. You know, for background noise.
You all?
Oh,
no,
sorry.
You're good. You all, as you're doing this, can gain an additional point of sin from affinity.
Ooh.
I don't remember if you all got the one from about an hour ago, so in case you did not, make sure to gain that one as well.
Thank you. But yeah, as basically as Alyosha puts the next one on, because he seems more chill now, he goes back to what he was preparing and he goes, you know what I'm making right now? I could tell you. If you want to maybe help a little more, use some of your video knowledge, I guess.
No, chef, but yes, chef, I'd love to learn.
Merru, it takes a moment for Merru to comprehend what she just said and then goes, right. So I'm making these noodles, which you've been here for just a little bit now. It's not the first time he's made noodles. He seems to be on a noodle kick lately. But he goes, I'm making these noodles, and then I'm actually trying to make a vegetarian thing. Have you ever heard of Gwumpki?
Yes, chef.
You have? Okay. I haven't made it in a little while. It used to be something Vienna made more than me, because my kid wasn't a big fan of it. Long story. But I've been trying to make a vegetarian version because it uses, it uses like the mincemeat. But I'm trying to add other things to it. I'm thinking maybe mushrooms. Mushrooms are good meat substitutes, right?
Oh, absolutely. Yes, chef. Yes, chef.
Okay. So I was thinking I was gonna put that together. If you want, and you can tell Merru's being very gracious when he says this. He goes, so I've, made noodles recently. If you would like to show me other potential options for things to add to this dish. I'm trying to make the #1 noodles dish in the city because I have someone very important who is expecting this dish for me soon.
Oh, yes, chef. Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to show you.
Sure, you can offer me your suggestions.
And yeah, Alyosha will.
Yeah, Merru is, you can tell he's not the biggest fan of having other people in his kitchen space, but you also can tell that he keeps glancing over at the video that you have playing. Like, he is clearly, he's paying attention to it. He likes it. I think you can tell he likes it more than he's liked most things that you've seen from him so far. So, that's definitely a passing grade.
There we go.
And I will say the rest of the time passes. You all reach S Corp and can find a place to park the RV. If there's any other scenes any of you would like to have, you can have them here. But I imagine you're all just camping out for a little while. And
yeah, I don't think there's
living together.
I don't think there's anything else.
Absolutely. You all let the weeks pass. You're in a more mountainous and isolated area. And like I said, unless there's anything else you all would like to do, I think we'll go to the day of the planned raid.
Oh, yeah.
Wonderful. So, it is the crack of dawn when I imagine you all wake and can start getting ready. There was a storm overnight that is still raging. And as you all wake and get ready to prepare, Yuna has gotten into their ego gear. Lazarus has already put on, I imagine, the mask as well, or is rather reaching to put on the mask. And if all of you want to describe your routines as you're all getting ready to go, basically.
Alyosha's doing stretches, just loosening herself up just to get ready.
Prior is actually Prior is basically running through a checklist as he puts on his ego gear. And actually, you know what? Prior, we don't need a whole scene for it, but I think Prior has run through Alyosha in as little detail as he can. Basically, actually, let's go. I assume Alyosha doesn't know how ego gear works.
No, not one bit.
Yeah. So Prior has at some point basically run through how important that this gear basically gives them the ability to access fighting capabilities and powers that would normally be beyond them. And basically, as he's concluding his little spiel, he basically goes, essentially, in effect, so long as we have this gear, we are an incredibly competent fighting force. Most of the weapons that the butlers have, at least the ones who were like at the party, the most common rabble, whether or not they're even able to hurt us at all in this gear might be questionable, but anyone with actual workshop weaponry is probably going to actually be able to do a number on us. So we're not immune to all damage, but like I said, don't worry about us if we get banged up. We're pretty tough while wearing this gear.
Huh. I guess. I ain't ever seen doohickeys like yours. I mean, they look nice. Especially, I like his, and I like his the most. And she'll point over at Merru and Kai, and she'll look over at Prior and say,
Yeah, consider it basically a second singular. Prior's trying to move on from how slighted he is that she doesn't like his ego, and he just clears his throat and goes, essentially, just think of it like a second singularity of I guess it's now old L Corp, new L Corp, the fallen L Corp, the latest fallen L Corp. It's singularity like tech. It was only available to their employees and wasn't ever, to my knowledge, deployed outside of it.
Right.
Right. Oh, right. Merru. Should probably give Alyosha the spiel, you know.
Right. If you're gonna fight and you're in front of me, don't. And then he'll pause for a second, realize he probably should say more, and he goes, "We try to stay clear of the space in front of me when I shoot from this gun. It doesn't matter. It will shoot through you."
Oh.
Yeah. So you either gotta get down or you gotta get away. I do my best. It's complicated how it works. It'll shoot basically through along the horizon of any line it deems, you know, the trajectory of its path, because it always will hit whatever the target it decides it is. And whatever's in its way is collateral that was meant to get shot along the way. But if I can find a path that doesn't, you know, make it come into contact with you, then you're fine. You just gotta... It's best if you can to just not be in front of me.
Right. Gotcha. Is there, anything else I should know about y'all? That,
We should probably explain corrosion and panic, shouldn't we? And Yuna does speak up at that as they're fiddling with their weapon.
This gear, as I mentioned, unlocks considerable power. With the right mental fortitude, we can wield it even if we're not good with fighting with weapons in the base level.
Right.
Unfortunately, it does come with certain drawbacks. If you aren't strong enough, or you become too mentally strained while wearing the gear or wielding one of the weapons, it may start to consume you, in a sense.
I see. Why didn't y'all tell me this earlier?
It wasn't relevant. Pryor says, flipping the grimoire and putting it on his belt and going, also, it doesn't happen that often. We have to be put under extreme duress in order for it to trigger. Good news is, we have ways of dealing with it.
Right.
We thankfully do. We don't need to get into the whole...
Is that why
science
those
behind
eyes
it.
are out of his cheek? I never asked because I figured it might be impolite. I didn't know if you were, I don't know, J-Core or something, but...
Pryor actually chuckles and he goes, no, it's an accessory, like the ego gear we wear. It's the only problem with it is it's a little, once you put it on, it's a little hard to take off, as I'm sure you can imagine. And Pryor cracks a very plastic, fake-looking smile as the eyes growing out of his skin don't blink, but they do all look in different directions.
It's a gift of sorts, I guess is the best way to describe it, and what they call it back at the branch. I think all of us, as in the four of us, and Yuna looks to Pryor, Kai, and Merru, have at least one. They come in all different forms.
Wait, Kane don't have anything like that, does she? I haven't seen her in a while, and...
Right, you probably haven't seen Miix since... before she started working there. Well...
Hey, don't tell me that she has, like, 5 eyes.
Well,
Yeah.
she has...
Pryor...
ice on the side of her face. Sorry, do you want to explain Pryor?
No, it's... Kane is fine. She's okay. Most of the time, they're non-harmful, and mixes are non-harmful. Continue.
Yes. No. Miix also has a pendant she can't take off, a necklace of sorts. That's another one of those gifts. And then, you remember the corrosion I mentioned before?
Yeah, what about it?
Well, she, in the past, before I knew her even, when she started working at the branch, was wearing gear above her level. She does have horns and a tail.
Yeah, the what?
Yes, they're sort of like, I guess a dragon is the best comparison.
Yes, a what?
A tail and horns. They haven't gone away. Usually corrosion is supposed to fade over time, but
Yeah. That's, I think, about everything. Basically, we're more than capable of taking care of ourselves. Our gear is particularly strong. I'm not saying you're a pushover. Frankly, from training with you the last couple weeks, I can tell you have a lot of skill. So, try and keep up.
Right. And Alyosha will take a moment and collect herself, and she'll take a deep breath and say, all right, whatever. You know what? Let's go over the plan one last time before we head out.
Sure, one more time from the top.
All right. And she will look at everyone and she will sort of pull out like a sketch of a map, and she says, all right then, so we've got raid's gonna be tough because this manor is situated in an area that's surrounded by mountains except for the front. Normally this would make a pincer attack damn near impossible. Wouldn't be able to make our way down fast enough before they shoot us down. Believe you me, they are gonna see us come at them from behind. But that's why the timing of this is so important. She looks up over through the window at the storm of clouds. Like I said before, it's gonna piss more like a water being poured out of a bucket. So that means that the footing's gonna be slippery. Essentially means we'll be able to slide our way on down. The plan is to have the RV drive across the mountaintop. Now, unfortunately, we're actually gonna have to be a bit higher for this to work. We won't be able to take the low roads because they'll be too slanted for us. So it's a double-edged sword. We'll have to dodge the fire as we're coming down. But if we can make it to the manor, we'll be home free. I know the layout, I know where to go, and I have an idea of where Pain will be.
Right.
That's where Golden Bow Hunters come in. they'll be leading a frontal assault. So, with any luck, their attention will be split twofold. Leon's much larger force up in front, and our small force from the back. As soon as this operation starts, it's a race to see who gets to Miix first. Us or them. Be honest, it's our best shot at making anything happen. But
yeah. It's all just hoping it all comes together, isn't it?
yeah. This is our final moment. Now let me be clear. This is do or die. The odds are stacked against us. This is your last chance if you want to back out. I'm being serious here. There's a high chance that any of us or all of us could die. And if we want to make sure this succeeds, if someone falls, we leave them behind. As much as I'd like to say we don't leave any man behind in something that, with this much urgency, I don't have the time to play around like that. I don't know what plan they have for Kane. We gotta stop it before it can happen. So?
Pryor's expression grows serious and he goes, "Don't worry. We get the risks. It's nothing we haven't done before. Well, this is everything we haven't done before, but we've gotten through worse."
You follow my orders as soon as this operation starts. Regardless of hierarchy, I'm in command there.
Pryor actually doesn't disagree as he nods his head and he goes, "You know the Manor. It'd be a fool to try and take control from you in this one. You lead the way. We'll follow suit, at least till we get to Miix."
I'll do my best to lead y'all right. And looks like we only got a couple minutes left. Y'all trust Pascal to drive us?
Yuna's been silent up till this point. They're just kind of hugging their weapon tightly to their chest, and they look over at Pascal, who's in the driver's seat, and just say, Pascal should be able to drive just fine. I think they can be trusted too. Their programming is top-notch, and I don't think Miix should be able to override them at all from here.
All right, then.
That's his head.
Count down the seconds now.
And Pascal will make a drive roll. It will be an intuition drive because of its programming. And there is a new little redeem up for anyone who wants to assist the drone.
Well, it's with... You said drive? I don't think any of us would...
Oh, this wasn't to all of you.
Oh, okay.
It's wonderful. That's gonna be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. That's gonna be plus 13 dice. 14? That looks like 14. Pascal is assisted. Wait, let me see if there's any more that come in before the final one. All right, that's 15 requests. 16 requests. All right, It's shutting off now, as that is going to be a total of plus 16 dice to this drive roll. And that's going to be an intuition plus 16 dice. Let me just get that out. Do intuition, add a custom modifier of 16. Help from beyond. There we go. And it's going to be a difficulty 5 because of the storm. Let me put that in the chat so all of you can see. That is a 16 success crit, which means every single one of you, all plus 16 dice, crit here. This is the best driving you all have ever experienced, and that you all will likely ever experience in your life. The little drone is going into overdrive. You all see as the RV is going along the mountain, and as you all get closer and closer to the estate, you can hear the sounds of gunfire, but the RV manages to somehow dodge every single bullet. You're not sure how. This is a big moving target. Like, it is a moving target, but it is big. It has a very large hitbox, but somehow this RV is managing to swerve out of the way, avoiding any obstacles. And as it continues driving along, you all reach a part of the cliff where it angles into more of a slope. And Pascal lets out a shrill beep. You've all made it to where the manor is, and you're all at an area where you can try to disembark if you'd so like. The RV has gotten as close as it can. It is in the perfect position thanks to that 16 success crit. And you know what? I will give you all this. There were a couple of fixers, hired fixers, who do try to accost the RV, and Pascal manages to not only outmaneuver them, but also basically drive the RV over them without issue. And you're able to get rid of the outside defenses. Now, by the outside defenses, I mean the defenses on the mountain itself. There are still butlers outside the manor, down below, but basically the RV has cleared everybody on the mountain itself.
Miix is our main target, Alyosha says. We have a chance right here. We end this one shot. We end this damn war before it even has a chance to begin. All right. Get ready. And Alyosha will get right next to the door as she prepares to jump out with everyone.
Briar's right behind her.
Yuna stands near the two of you, shaking a little as they just kind of duck their head and say, I've never seen Pascal act like that before. And Lazarus has already started climbing to the top of the RV, where the hatch is. Kai, Merru, where are all of you going?
Merru will probably... Sorry, remind me where everyone is right now?
Yeah.
Prior, Alyosha, and Yuna are by the door, which has opened, and Lazarus is already headed up to the hatch of the RV, to the roof.
I mean, I feel like it would make the most sense for Merru to go to the roof too, right?
Absolutely.
I think that would make the most sense.
Merru, you can climb up to the roof, up with Lazarus, and I should ask, Kai, where do you go? The roof or the door?
I mean, the door. I don't really think I'm all too much use on the roof unless someone comes up there and I trust the two people up there already to get what needs to be done.
Absolutely. As Merru and Lazarus separate for a moment from the rest of you, the door is opened. Merru, Lazarus, you both are up on the roof. You know what, Merru? I'm going to give you a check here. You can make me an intuition awareness check at challenge 4.
Alright, let's see. Intermission awareness. Pass is a pass.
4 successes. Merru, you can see down below, the Golden Bow Hunters have already begun the assault on the front of the manor, and you can see that there are butlers flooding out to fan out around the back of the manor. And you are all up on the mountain, currently out of reach of them. But you have a feeling here you could jump down from the RV, as all of you could, to reach the area past where they all are.
Alright.
Mr. DM, if there's nothing left, I think Alyosha will give the order to jump.
Absolutely. And I should let you all know here, there is one more special redeem for Pascal. As I'm going to say, you will all need to make me a skill challenge. We will go in order, and the way this will work is, rather than doing a traditional combat, you all will have to beat a skill challenge 4 with your reflex plus athletics. Each margin of success will take out a butler. If you crit, then you can ensure someone else passes, even if they would fail their check. They just get their margin set to 0. Also, thanks to the redeem, Pascal is filled with determination. The little drone lets out a loud beep, and all of you may gain an additional dice on your skill challenge.
Sweet.
And yes, Prior does count as an ally for this.
Take it.
Aww.
And are you all jumping out?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
Here are the butlers before you. We're going to go in order of who has the highest reflex. So I believe the first person to roll would be I think that's actually going to be Lazarus before anyone else goes. However, Lazarus will wait to go, so I believe the next person in line is Prior and Alyosha are both tied at 4 reflex. No, Prior has 4. No one else has 4. All right, Prior, you're up first. That's going to be a reflex athletics roll. Challenge 4.
All right. Just raw. Sorry. Was there a bonus there, or is it just reflex athletics?
Reflex athletics plus 1 bonus from Pascal.
Determination plus 1. Prior is going to push. Challenge 4.
Yep. Challenge 4. You have successes when you've taken out all of the butlers. There may be additional waves of them, so just be aware of that.
I will save my sanity then. And Prior will leap out, and as he does, he points the wand at the ground, and screaming above the whip of the wind, there's an explosion of light beneath him as he is catapulted forward, the Grimoire in one hand, and he just starts lashing out beams of light as he sails down the hill.
Absolutely. With 6 successes, you take out 2 of them. As one of their guns drops, and the other one was also reaching for their gun and falls to the ground, as you were able to hit them before they could hit you. next up in the order, I believe not Kai. Merru and Alyosha are tied for 3 reflex. But Merru has a higher athletics at 5, so Merru, you may go next.
All right.
You get +1 dice thanks to Pascal.
All right. There we go. Actually, I'm gonna try something.
Oh, absolutely.
Aw, didn't get it.
Damn. 7 successes. For 4, that's a margin of 3. Merru, you're able to take out 3 of the butlers, if you'd like to describe what it looks like.
Yeah, I think when Meru's, rushing forward, I think you see his horns flash a few times as he lifts up Magic Bullet, and there's that familiar crackle, and then suddenly a large portal, larger than before, begins to form, and you hear this extremely loud, it's like echoing through this area, this boom, as the bullet flies forward, and takes out a number of the butlers. And Merru doesn't, of course, he's so used to it, he doesn't even blink, but there is that half a second where the force of the shot is something he's not used to.
Absolutely. And you watch as that bullet strikes through 3 of them. Now, I should ask, I meant to ask prior, were you going for kills or were you merely going to knock them out?
Prior is not so bloodthirsty that he is going for a kill yet. Unfortunately, this is a war. There is an absolute siege happening right now. So Prior can't be as discriminate as he normally is, but Prior isn't aiming for vital areas.
Absolutely. Merru, you do have a left magic bullet.
Merru's not trying to play nice, so it doesn't matter.
Absolutely. Those butlers do stop moving that you have struck. And up next, Alyosha, I'm gonna need a reflex athletics from you.
All right. Let's see. I'm gonna push.
Challenge 4, you get an extra dice thanks
back.
to Pascal.
And +1. Oh, man.
Would you like to spend a point of sanity? 4 successes.
I'll take it. I'm just getting down there without taking damage. That's all I care about.
Yep, you managed to make it down without taking damage. If you'd like to describe what it looks like.
Yeah, let's see. Yeah, so to paint a picture for everybody, it is storming, right? It is pouring down. It has to, for them to be able to slide down as fast as they are. So lightning and thunder is crashing down. The rain is pouring. It feels like your face is being cut by the water itself as we see all of them slide down. And on top of that, having to dodge the gunfire as Alyosha is bursting forward, and you see the prosthetics light up and glow, and they glow a crimson red, almost the exact opposite of Merru's blue, as Alyosha jumps forward and leaps and basically goes into a zigzag line, keeping her stability as she finally jumps forward, and there's a massive blast that comes from the back of her feet as she soars over and lands on the other side of the butler. She's not so much concerned as taking them down as she is just getting past them and moving forward, because speed is what matters here.
Absolutely. And as you burst past them with your prosthetics, Kai, I'm gonna need your reflex athletics at a challenge 4. You get +1 dice from Pascal.
Okie dokie dokie. At a challenge 4 with Pascal stuff. I am going to push for this, I think.
Absolutely. You can spend that sin point to push.
Yep. Oh my god, really? Hang on. Let me try that again.
Would you like to spend a point of sanity?
I got
4
it.
successes. Kai, you make it down uninjured. Even if there are still butlers down there, you are not harmed. If you'd like to describe what it looks like as you slide down.
Yes, there are still butlers down there, and there's already been some, like, this... I'm just establishing the timeline. Like, the combat that has happened already has happened by the time I'm sliding down here.
You are all sliding down at the same time together. Basically,
Okay.
the butlers have run out of the manor. However, there is already a fight going on in the front of the manor between the Golden Bow Hunters
I
and
got you.
the butlers up there.
Okay, Kai does not see the extent of everything, but he does kind of, as he's sliding down, hook his claw, into, any solid surface to try to make his way down somewhat slowly as to not barrel into an ally or a foe. He's trying to get some kind of a head count, but it's not looking great.
Absolutely. And after you, but before Lazarus goes, I will roll for Yuna with one of the dice pulls of all time.
Oh no!
It's okay. It's fine.
Maybe
Pascal
they'll
will
do really well.
come in clutch. I don't know, maybe Yuna will crit. We'll see.
Yeah.
Oh my
Holy
god!
shit, Yuna crit!
Yup.
Yup.
Yeah.
Yeah, classic Yuna,
I go
as
locked
always.
in.
4
As
success
always.
crit. For a moment, Yuna looks about to stumble, but then seems to... You know what? Yuna will make a willpower roll here, actually. Okay, well, that's 0 successes, but Yuna goes to swing with the weapon, and even if it misses, there is a determined look in their eyes as they're right on your tails. And Merru's probably keeping closest to you, Merru, though decidedly behind Magic Bullet and not in front of it. But she is completely locked in right now. And up next, we've got Lazarus. I'll add the Pascal custom modifier. And that's gonna be a challenge 4. I'm gonna make a willpower reroll. 7 successes. As you all see Lazarus slide down, Lazarus will take out another with 7 successes. 1, 2, 3. As there's a swing of the staff, and you all just watch as 3 of the butlers crumple to the ground. Now, there are 4 that do remain. And I will say, all of you, due to this fact, will take a single point of red damage. If you can mark that
Perfectly
on your
manageable.
sheet.
Your thing.
However, we'll go back in the skill challenge order. Now that you are in front of the butlers, we go back to the top of the turn, who I believe was you prior. And you can make me a different check this time because you have to get past the butlers here. As you're not trying to fight them, I imagine, you're just trying to run past them as fast as possible. but also push past them. This is going to be, now that you're in their range, an endurance athletics check.
Ooh, okay.
It is once again at challenge 4.
Another point of affinity to spend, but Prior is locked in. Surprisingly, Prior's endurance is not awful. The Grimoire floats in front of him as he charges forward, trying to cleave a line as he swings and make sure his feet don't get stuck in the mud, though he almost seems to drift an inch above it, moving with such graceful, poised steps. This is where I'll spend my sanity, see if we can't clear this wave out. All right, 6.
6 successes. You take down 2 more of them. And Merru, you are up next. If you can give me an athletics endurance.
Well, first, you know what I gotta do. Yup. Alright. Let's see. Wait. Yay!
6 successes. Merru, would you like to describe what it looks like when you take down the last 2 who were all blocking your entrance?
Yeah. Remind me, we're not actually, like, I'm not attacking them this time?
You are. You're basically, you're not so
am.
much attacking them as you're just trying to get past them, but, like, getting past them involves pushing through them however you can, shooting through them.
Okay.
Yes,
Well,
sorry.
Merru's going to shoot through them.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think as they're, continuing forward, there's a few of the butlers remaining. Merru, he's been calm this entire time. He knows what he needs to do. It's almost like his gear is telling him he needs to fire the bullet. Of course, once again, you see that giant portal form. And there's another loud booming sound as it's not that he stops moving while he's shooting, but he does kind of slow like half a step to make sure he lines it up properly. And then you see that blue bullet once again shoot out and down the remaining enemies.
Absolutely. And the last roll I'm going to need is from you, Alyosha. This is going to be a reflex athletics to see at a scaling difficulty. So it starts out at challenge 3 to see how far you can all clear before more butlers are going to start getting in your way.
Mr. DM,
Yes.
could I ask to use... Here's a question, and it's totally okay if not, but I figure I'll ask. Could I use physique instead and basically flavor it as Alyosha is blasting forth through basically every door, every butler they see, clearing a path forward for everyone?
You know what? I will give you that. You can use your physique athletics to basically just clear a path forward. You're all at a point. Oh, yes. What were you going to say?
It starts at 3?
Yep, this one's challenge free because there are no butlers that remain on the field. And you are all at such a high enough level at this point that the butlers are not an issue to any of you. Except for Yuna, but Yuna's with all of you, so...
May I get some help with athletics from anybody?
You cannot actually get help for this, however, because it's still a skill challenge.
Gotcha. Fair enough. Alright, I will go ahead and roll. You said athletics physique?
Yep, athletics physique.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and willpower, why not?
Absolutely.
Sure, take that.
7 successes. I would say with 7 successes, that is more than enough for you all to be able to make it into the estate. If you'd like to describe what it looks like when you burst in.
Alyosha is not a small woman. Certainly taller than Miix, and certainly brawny. And I think you see as, once again, her prosthetics sort of light and flare up, and you see that these flames burst from the back of them as she just charges forward. She makes a hand signal for everyone to immediately follow after her as she starts sliding forward. And as there's backup coming in, I think she just tackles right through them using her shoulder to blast forth, knocking anybody who would stand in her way to the side or into walls or into each other. Certainly leaving a couple of them concussed or worse, but there's no point in thinking about her former comrades right now. Right now, their focus is on getting to Miix.
Absolutely. When you all burst into the estate, you see that the inside looks completely different from the outside. While the outside was in the style of L Corp's architecture, you all find yourselves once inside the manor. It looks identical to most of the Leonis manors. Not every single one, but this one has the marble walls with the crest, despite the deceiving outwards appearance. And as the six of you get into the manor, Lazarus will actually run past you, Alyosha, and say, "Follow me. I know where we're supposed to go."
Right. Let's go.
Do you all follow Lazarus?
Yep, I think we do.
Yeah.
Wonderful. He's just gonna make her roll real quick. Don't worry too much about it. Awesome. You all watch as Lazarus isn't saying anything. He's just making turn after turn through what almost feels like a labyrinth of rooms. And as you've all run through a couple of rooms at this point, you all see bodies up ahead of Golden Bow hunters and butlers alike.
What?
They take each other out?
I don't know. There shouldn't be anyone else.
They must have, right? Yuna's like panting, like almost out of breath. I imagine Merru, you're probably at the rear with Magic Bullet if there's anyone from behind.
Yes.
And do you all decide to keep running? I should actually ask before I say as you keep running.
Yeah, I don't
Yes,
think we
yes.
stop and smell the roses. Even if there is something, this is a race.
Wonderful. As you keep running, you all see a man up ahead. Do you keep running towards where this man is?
If that's where Lazarus is going, then yeah.
I was gonna say, yeah, if Lazarus isn't slowing down, they're not slowing down.
Lazarus was not slowing down. The moment, however, you all get within range of this figure to where you can recognize him, you all see Abel.
What? Huh?
Abel is a whirl of fury as his fist connects with one of the butlers up ahead, smashing them into a wall. And before this butler's body even crumples to the ground, Abel has rushed forward again. And this gets Lazarus to stop. He mutters under his breath, "He shouldn't be here."
Abel?
Abel doesn't answer if you try to call out to him, Alyosha. He's taken off.
Shit!
One more person who wants Miix dead, all the more reason we need to hurry up. And he goes, "Keep your head in the game, Alyosha, we got this."
Yeah.
Have you all continued running? Because Lazarus has come to a halt for a moment.
Lazarus!
Right. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. And Lazarus just kind of shakes his head, and you just hear once more on his breath, my pulse has changed, as he runs forward again.
Prior picks up on that and goes, shit. Because Prior is kind of putting the pieces together, and he does not like that Lazarus doesn't know why Abel's here, because that shouldn't happen from what he's gathered.
Absolutely. And as you all keep running and head through the manor, Merru, you got the back line covered. You have an Aleph ego gear against a bunch of butlers. I'm not going to make you roll. Given there's already fighting with the Golden Bow Hunters, it's not a challenge for you all to watch your backs. However, I will say, as you all move forward, I believe a certain someone may have something to share with you all.
There is a voice that comes over the speakers. Hey, I knew you'd all come here. I only have myself to blame for all this. For all the people getting hurt. I wish things could be different. But it's too late for things like wishes. I need to take action. I need to set things right. I think about what this all means to the children of the future, what it could mean for them. And then I have no other choice. I wish I had the perfect words to make you all understand that. To make it so that you could see things the way I see things. But how can I make you understand with the words that I know? Even with all the words that humans have ever created, I feel they are not enough. So I can only pray you will understand. Pray and hope.
You all hear this voice come over the speaker. And as you all have a moment, I should ask, how do you all react? You're still running, I imagine, forward. But is there anything any of you say? Is there anything any of you think as you're drawing nearer and closer?
Prior has always asked Miix to find her own ideals. And it seems she believes she has found an answer. But that doesn't mean it's one Prior is going to accept. He has challenged all of Miix's beliefs so far. This will just be yet another one he'll test. And he hopes he continues to be proven the way he wishes to be proven. This time not just for his own sake, but for hers as well.
Hi, Merru. Do either of you have any thoughts or any reactions?
I don't necessarily think I believes that this is the same person that he spoke to before she made whatever choice it was she made. And anything that she says with this strange new persona that she has adopted isn't very convincing, I think. The plan was to get Miix back, and I believe Kai still feels very resolute in that.
Merru?
I think a lot of Merru is is confused about what she's talking about in specific. Like he hears the words, and I think the only thing that he can think back to is when they were at the party and Miix was trying to explain that weird dream she kept having to him that he could tell was important but couldn't figure out himself. And I think it's another moment where he wishes that he had a better understanding of that. But I mean, he knows from the things that he's gone through that, you know, they need to get her back. He's even mentioned to her before that he's seen too many worlds of all of them for him to just let her do whatever plan she thinks she's got to do for the future and all that.
Absolutely. And Alyosha, are there any thoughts that you have when you hear Kane's voice?
You damn idiot! And Alyosha will keep charging forward.
Absolutely. You all can hear the sound of a clash as you enter the room. You see that Abel's fist has connected with old Nat's hand, which caught the blow. She's standing at the foot of the stairs, blocking his path forward. And she just looks down at him and she says, "You're not worth putting my armor on." And past them, you all see a throne connected to a bunch of wires at the top of a set of stairs. The wires look to be injected into Miix's skin. It's some sort of device, but its purpose is unknown. To the four of you, and Yuna at the very least. The one who sits on the throne there looks like Miix. She carries a golden bow in her hand that glows with that soft, golden light. She stands, and the wires unplug. She opens her mouth, but when she speaks, someone else's voice comes out instead. There's the sense of speaking to someone who has attained enlightenment when this person speaks. It is someone who can see things you could never hope to see. And his first words are, "You've arrived. I see." Lazarus has come to a stop at the, basically, seat of the throne, right before where Abel and old Nat are. And Yuna has stopped running, but is just sort of in place, shaking a little and holding their weapon tight to their chest. And they look both terrified and furious at the moment. Do any of you have anything to say, or any way that you react?
Something about this voice itches something in the very depths of Pryor's skull. He doesn't know how or why it does. It doesn't stop him from readying his weapon. That's a neat trick. I'm afraid we're going to need you to stop whatever kind of ventriloquism you're doing.
He looks to you when you speak to him prior, and he says, if only our second meeting could be under more pleasant circumstances, former King of the Web.
Oh, shit. No, actually, no. Yeah, prior, that the last puzzle piece falls into place, and the hole in Prior's memory finally makes sense. Shit.
Do the rest of you say anything to him?
I don't think Merru has anything in specific to say. I think he's also just has his weapon at the ready. And whenever he's given the go to, because he doesn't know what's going on. So he right now isn't going to try to make too much sense of what could be happening. And he's more watching to see how everyone else is reacting to this, though he is quite perturbed.
He looks at you, Merru, and says, Merru, our first meeting, yet it feels like one of many.
Merru will just narrow the eye that you can see, but stay silent.
I should ask, do you say anything to him, Kai? Do you address him at all, or are you just looking towards him?
Kai is disturbed by the offness of him and this entire setup, I guess. I don't think he says anything, but he doesn't. No one here looks happy. Kai does squint his eyes at him, though.
He looks to you, Kai, and he says, and I would say the same as I said to the former King of the Web, to you, Kai. It has been many, many years. At this, his gaze has fallen to Yuna, who is trembling, and it has only worsened. And though he does not smile, he looks down upon them and says, "Be not afraid, Yuna. I mean you no harm." Before his gaze goes to Lazarus. And you led them all here, old friend, as I knew you would. Lazarus is silent, and the look on his face is unreadable, given the mask covering it. He then turns to you, Alyosha, and do you say anything to him?
She's
To
in
the
complete
Lord.
shock. She has no words.
Little Alyosha, you have done well. Old Nat and Abel are still locked up against each other during this entire exchange, neither of them budging. Until the Lord calls down to Old Nat and says, "I trust the preparations have been completed." And Old Nat does turn from Abel at this point. The two of them, due to the sudden change of movement, sort of stumbling apart from each other as she says, "Of course, my lord," and bows her head. And Abel, who was kind of thrown back by the sudden movement, looks up towards the Lord, and the Lord looks down at his son, and there is a visceral reaction on his face. It is the first hint of a negative emotion you all can see as his eyes narrow, and he says, "And you It matters not. There's nothing you can do anymore. And I should say, is there anything you all would like to say to Adam?
Yeah, I got something to say to you.
Oh, absolutely. What would you like to say, Prior?
Prior points his fucking staff up and goes, "You're talking a big game for a man surrounded by enemies. You got, what, one butler left sitting on that throne of yours? Even though I'm nothing like what I used to be, you don't look like you're that much better either. So what? You took my memories. I don't need to know what happened to us before to know what I'm gonna do to you next."
Do the rest of you say anything?
What did you do to her? What did you do to Cain?
Kai does not say anything more, but he does crouch into a fighting stance and flex his claws.
Yeah, Merru, like before, he stays quiet for a moment as he takes everything in, and then his grip on Magic Bullet will tighten before his stare up at him turns into a full-on glare. And then he'll finally say, "I don't know how we're going to do it, but we're going to kill you, and then we're going to get her back." That's all he says.
Absolutely. And Prior, Alyosha, and Merru. That is what the three of you would say. But the words don't come out of your mouth, but Adam's. And he looks to each of you and says, "Is that what you were going to say?"
Prior is stunned, completely fucking silent. Oh, okay. That's...
Damn, what the fuck?
Prior's mouth is open and not a word is coming past his lip as he is frozen in between a syllable as he was about to launch right into his diatribe before every single word was stolen right from him, and he understands the length of what all has been talked about and the power that Adam seems to have to plan all of this in advance.
Is there anything else the rest of you would like to attempt to do or to say?
There's nothing. I mean, Alyosha's in shock.
Adam, still holding the golden bow, speaks and says, "All the pieces are on the board. There is only one thing left for me to do, and then my ideals will finally be within reach." And you all watch as he gently pierces his chest with the golden bow, and the light envelops the room. And that's where we'll end the session. Thank you all so much for coming out today. I hope you all enjoyed. A big thank you to everyone here who came on out on Twitch and YouTube. A big thank you to my lovely players